Hello everyone and welcome back. Today we are covering the official stream of the Wot7 tournament number 5. We are happy to have you along us possibly for the whole weekend. Um, we are going to have a total of 8 teams playing today because we had group stage last Sunday. 8 of them making it out of the 10 battling. We also have a single elimination tournament this time. Single elimination bracket tournament this time, unlike the last tournament. As you can see, 8 teams, 4 quarterfinals. We won't have a second chance for those teams. Once they lose, they are out. No losers bracket this time. Most of you are probably getting used to the Wot7 now, 7v7 format with tier 10 tanks, attack, defense, and an important restrictions, no reward tanks and EBR. As you could see, I'm being joined by a new analyst. He'll be here for the whole weekend to give and provide his expertise, give his opinion regarding the matches played, and also the teams. Magic, how are you doing, mate?
Hello everyone, I'm doing great. I'm really happy to be here and to work with you and give the viewers a unique insight.
All right, great. We also have drops prepared for you, Twitch drops. Don't hesitate to press F5 to refresh the stream and start collecting them. You'll be able to get them over the weekend. Make sure that your World of Tank account is linked to Twitch and that you can actually claim them in the Twitch drops sections when earned. As you can see, for today and tomorrow, we'll have consumables and decals, and tomorrow a day of premium. That being said, we will now take a closer look at what's waiting for us today with the bracket. Magic, a lot of interesting matches coming up, right?
Indeed, a lot of interesting matches coming up. 4 quarterfinals, as you have seen on the screen already. All of them are BO7s, which means that the first team to win 4 rounds is the one that wins the matchup and proceeds into the semifinals of tomorrow. If there is a score of 3-3 after the first 3 maps played, then we will have a tiebreaker battle to determine who is the one advancing. The first match that we are going to see is in between the German team of Campingplatz and the Polish team of DROPBEARS. And then we are going to see match 2 in Virgo in between and Tropical, match 3, Goodnight Nomi and CSA, and match 4 in Wilholownicy against Preparosh.
Yeah, as you said, 4 matches, 4 quarterfinals, all BO7s, and we're going to be focusing mainly on the first one. It's going to be Campingplatz against Pozor Putzwitz, the German team against the Polish team. I don't know what's the community prediction, but we'll see it shortly, probably with the casters. I guess that the community is most likely going to go with Pozor Putzwitz. Actually, ooh,
Wow.
that's actually really surprising. No respect for the finalists of the last tournament. The German team, then the community having hold their support with them. The captain, Toxic, along actually pretty known players, Benzo, Yekefa, Feli, Chokic, all of those players playing like 15 tournaments, even playing competitive for a while. In return, Pozdro, they have been performing pretty well in the Wot7 tournaments, and you could see some pretty known Polish names, DJ, Konrad, all of those guys. What's your take on that, Magic?
I've played with Pozdro yesterday late night in Strongholds. They seemed very confident in themselves, and I believe that they can definitely challenge Campingplatz much better than the 60% would, 50-50 would
All
suggest.
right. I guess
Yeah,
I guess it was not updated yet,
interesting.
but yeah, it makes more sense to have a 50-50 here. This team, they can have a really good like matchup, probably a close one, mainly depending on how good are going to be playing the German team, because the Polish team pretty consistent in those tournaments. Anyway, that's probably enough from the two of us, Magic. I hope you guys are excited because the matches will start shortly. But before that, we would like to know what Kihan and Daki have to say about that. Let's jump into the casters desk.
Hello there, and thanks the two of you for the lovely introduction. Yeah, we are gonna be covering this tournament as casters. For me, it's been quite a while. I was benched towards the analyst desk, but now here I am once again, being joined by Ducky. It's a pleasure to have you here. What are your thoughts on the upcoming matchup?
Well, it could be a close one, but it all depends, like Insane said, on Campingplatz, how well will the German team actually perform in this one. Because it's a little bit of an unknown factor. We know for a fact that they have not been training for this whatsoever, so we will have to see how far that stretches them against Polster, who had a very good run in the last tournament. Not getting all the way, but still close enough. So the real question here is how well can Campingplatz perform against Pozdro? Because we know what to expect from Pozdro. We expect a solid Polish team with solid performance. But can Campingplatz match up against that? That is a question that remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, in the group stage, they did sort of not
Struggle.
convince thoroughly, actually. Campingplatz, they it was a bit weird. There were some actually, I think in one of the groups they ended up with having 3 teams basically on the same amount of points, and I believe Campingplatz was one of them. So we'll have to see. But yeah,
Well, they did beat Invil Holovenici. So Kihan, gotta keep that into mind, which is the tournament winner from last time. So you could take a few things away from that. Now, between these two, again, it depends on how Campingplatz can perform. They have a lot of big known names in the German community per se. It comes to be seen if our boy Jakefa can perform in this better than he recently did in randoms. Hopefully 7v7 is more his cup of tea. But map picks and bans. Tundra being removed by Campingplatz, then Steps being annihilated by Pozdro. Himmel's going to be the first one, goes down the second, then Mines getting blown out of this one as well. On tomorrow as our third map, and if we get to a tiebreaker, it will be on Cliff.
yeah, and already we see Tundra getting banned. I think that's sort of the standard ban here for the team of Campingplatz. They didn't like playing that in the group stage either, I believe. Permabanned it for that one. Steps being taken out by Pozdro Pochvic. Do you think that's because they think they're the favorites and basically don't want to have a 1-1 map in the tournament, or how do you think that ban comes
I mean,
across?
a good team on Steps could potentially take both rounds, but it is more of a hard 1-1 than anything else. So you want to take a team like Campingplatz here onto maps where you can win 2-0, and Himmelsdorf being a favorite amongst the Polish teams, and even in 15v15, they really like that map, so no real surprise there. And then the caster predictions: Skihan 4-1, Insane 4-2, Magical 4-3 for Pozdro, and then this one weird guy from Belgium saying 4-2 for Campingplatz.
All right, so we got almost every result here in favor of Pozdro. You obviously rooting for the team with the Fame player, so staying loyal. But yeah, I believe the first match of this tournament here, in the playoff stage at least, is about to commence soonish. It's going to be a Campingplatz against Pozdro Pochvic. I believe Campingplatz is going to be attacking first on Himmelsdorf, and let's have a look at the lineups here. Pozdro coming in as the defenders with a 113, triple IS4 and triple 277. That looks very, very aggressive.
Yeah, and it's also kind of beefy. I can still hold angles with those IS4s. Campingplatz matching this with the double VZ, the CS, the triple 277, and the MX50B lineup that can really contest any part of the map if they wanted to. Very fast, very aggressive. Pozdro also has a fast lineup. You have to keep into mind that those IS4s are the ones that are going to be the slowest asset of their team.
All right, and now here we see the defenders fanning out, sort of, I guess, splits going on. Double IS4 1277 getting sent towards the 2 cap, and all the rest of the teams spreading out over the 2 and 3 line here. Kaperk probably going to take the window to immediately be able to spot through the 4 line if any crosses happens towards 1 line here by the attacking team. As we see, though, as the observers, that is not the case. They're sending everyone towards the hill, the CS sort of being sent early to basically clear out some positions. He did spot out the 277 Kubash in the courtyard already, so some information being gained for none in return, really, as the CS didn't get spotted, but obviously Kubash, he should know from where he just got lit.
Well, you also have to remember that no information in a game like this on Himmelsdorf means all information at the same time. If the enemy team is not pushing towards 1-2, if they're not taking the window at G6 and they're not on the 8 line pushing it straight, that leaves only one option. That is the hill key hand or some trap on the 8-0 line. Pozdro can work with the elimination of positions because they have angles, they have spotting positions, and they haven't seen anybody yet.
And this is going to start being a very, very weird position for both of the teams, because so far they've successfully managed to avoid each other, but we see here Yosi in the 8 line with the IS4. He does spot out the complete push, 1 shot of damage taken by Shockish, but that cross, I wouldn't say was really too costly for them.
Normally in the Campingplatz's position you push past towards their window, but they're not going for that. Actually, Shockish is now finally starting to move up. He's looking for it. He maybe wants to do it. No, they're just going to cap behind the corner, trying to punish anything that's going to cross back over. KPRK is going to be the first one there. Shockish and Lemmy holding the angle. KPRK should be aware of this. He's going to set ship this as well. Could take damage for this though. No connections coming out on towards him, holding the angle. Very solid. 30 seconds now before the cap gets pressured here fully till the end. Lemmy takes one shot of damage. They're just trying to kind of screen for Shockish there. Now Conrad crossing over. He doesn't take anything either, and he got to stay for Postro so far. Not taking any damage for taking back positions is okay. Finally, they actually take some connections, but a 277 in the window is not the most ideal tank. The 277 is actually able to get penned, but so far, Shockish is the name of the game. They want to use Shockish on the cap.
They want to use him on the cap, and they're so far successfully doing so. Cap timer down to 1 second, but there we go. In comes the reset by the 277, probably a track shot, but that's enough to just reset the timer, and now the German team is left sort of in the position, well, we're all here now, but to be honest, we cannot really push onto the enemies, at least not on the A-line in the north here. Kubash actually taking a ton of damage in the 277 in the window. That's certainly not supposed to happen.
I told you that window for 277 is not that great as it is for other tanks. Usually when you see a tank in that window, Kihan, it's something like an E3. And the reason why it is an E3 is because the E3 has that armor. He has that potential to sit there and not get penned by those 277s. But another 277... not really that capable. Kubash probably peaked a little bit too much as well, and he got punished for it. Down to 376 HP. The cap has started again. Conrad is still side scraping there though, so that is a little bit of annoying, and I think Feely and Benz are trying to get an angle on Kubash. I'm not sure if they have one, but there was definitely some shots coming out.
I mean, there is that bar over the gun for the 277 basically that you can pen probably as Feely being slightly above here, or even just with the heat from the 277.
Oh, when you're in that window and there's somebody at B0, he sees your hull.
Oh, even that, crazy. Yeah, okay. But yeah, to be honest, overall, I think for the team of Postro, so far so good. Yes, they took some damage onto Kubash, but to be honest, they can send a second tank there. He will probably...
They got an IS-4 here now, by the way, so...
So DJ is just going to backwards side scrape here. Some 2013 vibes coming out. But to be honest, the IS-4, it's all but unpennable in that situation as the weak spot on top of the turret got removed. So he's just going to start farming here, and...
The question is, are they going to try and shield Shockish? It seems like the only reasonable play at this point to try and prevent the decap coming out. If they go now, they... no, it's just too late, but here comes the push, though, from Campingplatz, up and around the corner. The VZ, they're coming out as well, giving DJ a truckload of damage, giving even more. DJ down towards a one-shot. That's a quick annihilation. That's even good for them here, and it does look like, for now, they're fine with this. They killed the IS-4. They're like, okay, IS-4 dead. That's the biggest side-scraping tank gone. Reset. Back onto the cap. We have a little bit of time to make it work out. And now you can see reinforcements coming back into the window from Postro, but a good trade there actually from Campingplatz.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem here for Postro at the moment is that Yosi and Timford, both of them, they're not in the game. That is 2 guns basically out of the game here for Postro. So if Campingplatz decided they could just push over Conrad and have all of their still 7 guns in the game, I guess the CS is sort of covering B-line right now, but obviously he's fast enough to join the fight if push comes to shove. And yeah, Conrad, he needs to be very, very careful, and I think we're in for the next engagement here by the German guys. Koma taking a shot of damage, being unable to retaliate here actually. Shockish with the dead driver also taking one, and oh, that's the second ammo rack on Conrad, so he's going to be sitting on a 20-second reload. In comes Feely with the 50B. He's going to try to take him out. First shot connecting, he takes one in return, but he does pick up Conrad.
But think about it, Feely is actually able to cross over somehow by a miracle, and they have the cap, and they're sitting behind it, and now they have 2 people on cap here. Feely picking up Kubash as well. 3 tanks down here from Postro, and now the 8 line is coming to effect. Yes, they kill Feely, but you gotta imagine, Shockish is now quietly capping yet again, together with Lemmy behind. 35 seconds with 2 minutes to go. They can definitely make this work, and this double VZ is a big threat here for Postro on the 8 line. If Fed or Yosi tries to do something, Drakafa and Toxic, 2 shells each, 2k potential. That's an IS-4 gone, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Ozek doing another shot here into one of the cappers. You can see he does have shots, not the best of shots, but if the situation becomes dire, as he does now, that was KPRK actually trying to reset with HE. I don't think he penetrated the screen, so 0 damage taken by the defenders here. And now the IS-4s are going in through the 8 line. You can see Benzo trying to flank, the VZs trying to do what they can with their clips. I think they probably expended them by now, but yeah, the IS-4s, they're just going to be eaten alive by all of the tanks that Campingplatz has here.
It doesn't matter really, to be honest, because Benzo came off the hill now behind them from the safe position at B0. He picks up Fed. Yossi will be next, and the cap is still going in the meantime. 1 minute and 12 seconds, and Campingplatz is up tanks, is up positions now as well. They'll be able to use Benzo to go to B7 to kill KPRK, and Campingplatz, can you believe it, actually coming out strong here, but I would say massive mistakes from Pozdro in positions.
Yeah, indeed, massive mistakes. First of all, the double IS-4 that wasn't achieving anything, then had to suicide in just to get slaughtered. That was not good by the team of Pozdro. And now Ozek, the last guy here, waving the banana flag, but for how long is the question? Probably not much longer, down to 655. Yeah, he does go over 3k damage, but in the end I have to agree. Solid stuff from Campingplatz, and unexpectedly sort of bad reactions by the Polish team.
Yeah, those two guys on 8 line didn't really contribute much to this battle whatsoever. I mean, Yossi and I think Fed over there, they didn't really achieve anything. They were holding the possible 8 line repush that could come out from Campingplatz. You know, take all the tanks back and go back to the 8 line and push it down, but that's the least likely option, to be honest, to happen there. And you gotta be watching out here. Benzo doing 4k damage. It's very nice. Then you have Shokish as you had I think Fabian with a good damage amount as well. But yeah, you see Yossi there, one of those IS4s. DJ was the one up front. Feli also doing 4k in that 50B. And if they did this move even like 10 seconds earlier on peeking onto DJ, Shokish would still have had all the cap, by the way. They could have lost then and there already. Because you remember how they peeked on DJ and killed him? If they did it 5 seconds earlier, when DJ didn't peek yet onto the cap, they would kill DJ, he would die, and then they would have to peek out to reset again. It would be game over there already.
Yeah, I didn't really understand the reaction by Pozdro, I have to be
I don't understand the reaction from Pozdro either. They had triple IS4. They could have honestly sent another IS4 to where DJ ended up, for example, and then they have double IS4 sidescape in the corner, and they would just kill all those 277s. They will just kill them. If there was another IS4 with DJ instead of the 8 line position there, because Campingplatz didn't really have anything that could play B0 anymore. They had a CS and a 50B. They could have sent another IS4. They could have even sent triple IS4 because they have info on where the tanks are from Campingplatz.
Yeah, the initial cross was completely spotted on the 8 line.
So they would have the possibility there to just use those IS4s to actually sidescape. If there was 2 where DJ was, I think they win the game straight. If they have all 3 there and they're just making a little choo-choo train of IS4s, then they just annihilate the whole A line. So, I mean, Campingplatz here kind of lucky that Pozdro decided to keep this much on the 8 line, especially the IS4s, which are the perfect ones for side scraping. But they did do a good reaction though, peeking out from the A line, and then you saw a thing which a lot of teams sometimes don't do. They take half a second to think. They're like, okay, we can't push past. Pushing past would be bad here. We go back and we reset onto the cap. And then we force them to come once more.
Yeah, the thing is the safe rotation through basically the middle of the map, just going a bit down south in the 8 line for the IS4s was available, where they then can, you know, from the other corner that we see right now on the right, from there they can just peek and even come close if they need to. So I guess a bit of undecisiveness, but then again, this is a best of 7 in between both of those, so I don't think Pozdro here is too worried as of yet. We're gonna hop right into the second round. Obviously, sides are going to be switched now, and this means Pozdro will be attacking with quadruple IS4, 1277, 1 S-Conk and 1 CS.
Yeah, they really love those IS4s. But the IS4 is also a really annoying tank to play against. You know it yourself as well. Yeah, when you're facing him just frontally, you're going to be able to pen most of your shots, but there's those random angles, that spaced armor, if you don't hit perfect on the same spot it bounces. So in that regard, the IS4 is a really good tank for that as well. On top of that, having basically 3000 HP, I think it's 2890, so pretty close to 3k HP, which is amazing. In return, Campingplatz has those E100s though, those big juicy German heavies with 3.1k HP, take a long time to die, especially against the lineup of Pozdro. It doesn't have any burst in reality, like it doesn't have any autoloaders, no PZs, no 50Bs, none of that. So blowing up an E100 is pretty hard for them. You can see here that Campingplatz is kind of going for the very passive defense. It's a hard one to pull off. A lot of teams don't do it anymore because you have to deal with both camps at the same time, and you're really isolating both the IS4s on F1 and A6.
Also, I want to highlight, we don't see it right now, but basically Benzo is doing the absolutely and completely correct thing here in his E100. He's side scraping, and he's turning his turret completely to the side, so basically he's just exposing the mantlet of his gun to basically spot with that. That is the 100% correct way to spot with an E100, because you're guaranteed not to take damage, but basically generate info. And he's exchanging spots with Orzek right now. Other than that, I guess some blind shots coming from the hill, from Kubash. Yeah, here we see it.
I mean, this works with any tank, to be honest, because you have a spotting point on the gun, so basically everything the enemy sees when you're peeking out like this is just your gun mantlet, and in return you have the spotting point, which actually allows him to spot Orchek, and Orchek is basically not able to do anything in return, and Benzo is just here to spot out the 5 line in case they want to try and get those E100s, in case they want to try and get the A6 IS4, because with this amount of info for Postro, they need to assume that one of the IS4s is playing on the A6, either close to the building or behind on the red line.
Yeah, also a quick word about the IS-4s. I think they've sort of seen a resurgence, basically a reaction into the change in meta that came with basically like VZs and sometimes even IS-7s getting used, because the VZ, while it does have a brutal clip, it has sort of meh dispersion stats, and also it has rather low pen. So if you have a tank with very good base armor values, like the IS-4, then that sort of soft counters the VZ pick already. Obviously no VZ picks coming in from Campingplatz here, so they don't really care about that. And also we see the E3 that you mentioned last game. It wasn't there, now it's there, and it's not in the window yet, but I believe it's covering the B line. And Postro, I guess they've now decided they gathered enough information. They are pushing the courtyard with DJ in his IS-4, and they are sort of set up for an 8-line push, I guess, as well, with the double IS-4 12771 S-Conk.
Yeah, but this 8-line push alone will probably not be enough because of the IS-4's position on A6. You can see him there against the red line. He can basically just side scrape and reset the camp. He probably has a decent amount of HEs as well, you would assume. So he's just able to reset the cap over and over again, and normally speaking, unless Postro has some insane angles, they are not able to really retaliate against this nor do damage, but it looks like they are not going for the 8-line because they also know the potential of the IS-4 at A6. They are going towards the 5-line instead. Benzo should spot them out though, and it should spring a reaction from the side of Campingplatz. Usually the IS-4 at A6, he just drives back into the A-line. You know, he just goes sit on A7 and watches A0 because he's fully safe there.
I mean, yeah, Orzek now faced with the same game that he had before. Basically, Benzo just showing him his gun. He bounced once more. And the other 3 tanks sort of just waiting behind it. Keep in mind, the battle time is 8 minutes, and out of that, half has now expired.
Benzo did back off from the corner, though.
So he doesn't see this rotation here. He doesn't see the double IS-4 and the S-Conk crossing. Shockish probably the first one to make contact then.
He will. Shockish will spot it. Benzo will actually be normally in position as well against this. And the E3 usually comes back then as well. Shockish gets a nice shot onto DJ. Retaliation though. DJ now crossing over. Should take one from Feely. No, but there you can see that IS-4 armor, man. It is annoying to deal with. And now the crossing comes. Fed. KPRK crossing as well. Benzo might be in time to get a shot. Shockish gets one. Benzo gets one as well. I think Feely got one as well on KPRK. Big damage being dealt. And now Orchek and Kubash coming from the side. Shockish is going to go face DJ, KPRK, and Fed. He's going to take a lot of damage for that, but he realizes that if he stays, he gets shot by 5 times. Now he only gets shot by 4. He's going to try and do one more shot of damage before he goes down. He doesn't connect that one though, but now the E100 is speaking out, doing shots on the crossing, but it's not enough here for Campingplatz just yet, because Jakafa in his S-Conk is now alone. He's alone against triple IS-4 basically, because DJ has shots on the side as well. Toxic is facing off against Conrad, but he's now coming back. Feely peeking out, and I think there will be a big repush here by those E100s.
Oh yeah, Fabian missing another shot, going down to 30 HP here. He's going down probably very soon here in the hangar, and now the repush is coming in by the side of Campingplatz. They realize they need to do something. Koma with the pickup onto DJ, and down goes Orzek as well. And this is now a weird position here for Campingplatz, because yes, they pushed out, but now they are sort of being surrounded, so they need to decide upon a course of action here. They need to get out of that crossfire, otherwise they're just gonna get eaten alive. It seems like the push out of this scenario is going to be just, you know, push everywhere where you can push onto. And we're just going to have to wait and see. Campingplatz at the moment leading 2k HP, but obviously that might change in an instant. Kuba's getting double tapped here by both of the E100s, so at the moment looking quite good for the Germans still.
Yeah, looking quite good still, but come on, missing Josi there in a CS could be important for Campingplatz. Puma tried to turn, tried to get that shot on towards Josi, but didn't connect it. But in the meantime, they are still in a good position though, Campingplatz. 1 minute and 47 seconds here. They have Benzo on the other side of the road. They need to be careful for Toxic's position. He's the last anchor there. Toxic might even have to push on towards Conrad because he is getting flanked right now by one of the Ice Force from the Postdraw team. That is fed there with healthy HP as well. Toxic realizing now, gets the spot off, is moving forwards, is yet again in a pretty safe position here against those tanks from Polster. And Fed takes a big one on the crossing there. Yosi peeks out, gives Feely one in return. Toxic now realizing that his position is even more isolated than he thought before. He doesn't connect the shot though, which is important. He's trying to drive away, trying to drive behind the train, trying to survive, because 1 minute is all that's remaining here for Campingplatz. That's all they need to do to hang on. Yosi bounces his shot on towards Feely, so Feely is able to survive a little bit longer. Probably going to hold the angle now as well. Now Conrad gets Amorak, instantly repairs that. The fire on towards Toxic is disastrous for Campingplatz here. It's going to leave Conrad reload advantage even. Conrad's going to finish it up. Benzo is now starting to run away. Feely is surviving, but Benzo needs to make it out. Benzo is turning. Benzo is running. Feely is going to try and peek the CS of Yosi, which is the correct play because he sees KPRK behind him here. Benzo driving away. 35 seconds, I think it's 33 seconds to cap, so Feely readjusting here is very good for Campingplatz. Benzo is on his little route away. He's like, Feely, you got this. Feely picks up Yosi, who tried to make the peak, and even though Postro at the end of the day were making it work, time was not in their favor, as Campingplatz is going to pick up their second round on Himmelsdorf defense.
Indeed, Feely here probably going to pad his stats a little more. Indeed, he does put in another one into Timfet. You should pick him up instead. But yeah, that meaty E100, he shouldn't even be peeking in this scenario, but I guess it doesn't matter. Another kill comes out, and we see the Germans, at least for me, unexpectedly, taking Himmelsdorf off of Postro 2-0. And I have to say, the first round was very convincing, not good reactions by Postro, and then the second round, it just felt like Postro was taking too much time with setting everything up. Like, they were trying to gather information, yes, they got it, but it just took too long, honestly.
Well, there's also like a few other factors there as well. I mean, there is the disjointed movement between DJ and his other IS4 friends, KPRK and Conrad. So DJ crosses over first, takes damage, and then they do it again. And the second IS4 actually took 1.5k damage for that. While if they crossed with DJ, they would have taken less probably for that as well. And then there's also something like DJ peeking against Koma, giving Koma in the D3 an opportunity to actually kill him, right? He was behind the corner on the, on the 2 line. The E3 should never get a shot in that scenario, should never be able to pick up DJ. He shouldn't just give him the opportunity for that, because surviving is more important there. So there's that, for example. But then again, in the turn also you have Koma, who misses his shot on Yosi in the CS, and Yosi would have died for that because Lemmy was pushing him. So there's a lot of stuff here that is min-maxing that could have gone better for either team, that could have made a difference, but at the end of the day, worked out for Campingplatz here. And then, yeah, Feely even picking up Yosi was great for them as well. But also, like, for example, Toxic could have probably pushed Conrad 30 seconds before that as well. Obviously, they are going to go for him, and then he doesn't connect his first shot, he tries to drive away. It's all those little stuff, because technically Toxic there, he aims his first shot, he pens Conrad, they can face hug for all Toxic cares, he just has to pen the ice for in return, which is not that hard, it is the third ring, but in return, I think he did 1 or 2 shots on Conrad and died full HP, so that's also a free tank there.
Yeah, alright, that's Himmelsdorf done and dusted, as some like to say, and now we're happy, that was actually, yeah, the pick of Campingplatz here, so managing to convert their old map 2-0. We're hopping over to the pick of Pozdro now, which is Ghost Town. And that map, even though it has a lot of houses as well, plays out quite differently to Himmelsdorf, because all of those houses are sort of concentrated in the middle, and then you have the outside that is very, very good for mediums to roam to generate angles, so you need to be aware to not let that happen, basically.
Yeah, and 2-0, Not something most of you expected, I guess, unlike me. One prediction's down the drain already. The 4-1, I don't know who it was. Was it you?
I went with a 4-2 for Pozdro.
I think Magic went with 4-3, so it's Insane's prediction. That
Oy
went,
vey.
yeah, well, you know. Anyhow, Ghost Town here, also a little bit of a slower map, usually played in a way that it's taking positions on the map and then assaulting the middle base one way or another. Lineups though, Pozdro, 1, 2, 3, 4. They have 4 IS4s in this store. 1 IS7, a BAL, and a 50B. And Camping Plants going for the S-Kongs. A triple S-Kong, an E100, a VZ, a BAL, and a 50B. Pozdro loves those IS4s, man.
Yeah, Pozdro indeed. I think they've never had less than 3 IS4s in the game so far. We're gonna have to wait and see first and foremost how the mediums, how Kubash and Benzo respectively in their batchets are going to position. I think so far you could consider the positions that Campingplatz is taking on their defense fairly standard. You can see right now Feli and Jekifar with both the clip tanks aiming down towards the 2-cap just to counter a possible immediate push onto the 2-cap to just punish it straight. Also Shockish and Toxic would be able to do that. Pozdro not opting for that option right now. They're just defensively taking positions. The Batchat...
they're waiting for their IS7.
Yeah, waiting for their IS7. I mean, the Batchat in D9 is just there to basically generate info on the north. KPRK now starting to backwards side scrape, and I think Shockish needs to back off there a bit because the heat of the IS4 can penetrate the turret of the S-Konk if it hits in the right angle.
Cupola, Madlets.
Yeah, I think in that position you actually use gun depression, so you don't show the cupola, but beside the gun mantle you can just pen with heat. And yeah, the IS-7, he has arrived in K4, at least almost, so as soon as that happens, we're going to see what the plan is here for the attackers.
Usually it's a slow assault of the number 2 base. You establish IS7, K4, he could even drive towards H1, because when he does get to H1, the position at H1 allows you to shoot the tanks that are in the position of Feli and Jekifar. Those tanks there, once you reach H1, they cannot really cover both angles anymore. So that's usually the next move. I7 to K4, then you start slowly encroaching the camp from multiple angles. Yes, there's an S-Konk in F1, but he's not really a threat to the I7 either way still.
I mean, and even if the I7 reaches H1, then you can pull the Batchet from the north and engage it together with the Super Kong, and then you're all but guaranteed a kill. Alright, Conrad getting sent up here now, and I think Lemmy just missed a shot. So Conrad basically getting that cross off for almost free. I spoke too soon, repairing his Amarek. 336 HP of damage taken. Also Shockish with a good trade onto Kapurk here. Kapurk now also down a bit of HP. So far Campingplatz, no HP lost whatsoever, but now finally they're sending that IS-7 up and it's not spotted yet.
He actually got spotted. He took a shot on the crossing as well to reach J1, but he's now going to push up further, or will push up further at some point, and this is what we talk about, the slow surrounding of this base, and now Feli is in a little bit of trouble. He takes 2 shots of damage. The I7 coming in with a shot. Like I said, that position becomes isolated once you have that position of J1 with the I7, and Feli might even take one more here from the IS4. If he's unlucky, he does. And that's a 50B losing about half its hit points in health. And now you can see Yosi and KPRK getting onto the cap, unspotted even.
They do get spotted by Koma on the cross, however Koma unable to get in a shot here. And this is now a big problem here for the side of Campingplatz. As I said, now the Batchat rotation is coming in together with the Super Kong to probably push out the IS-7 and make this position that we saw Jekifar in earlier viable again, just to deliver decaps.
Yeah, Benzo's now pushing on towards the position of DJ. DJ is actually 1.5k HP, allowing the bot to technically clip him out if it comes down to it. But now you can see Campingplatz having to retake positions, having to get back towards the cap. Fabian taking 550 there from an IS-4. Not what you like seeing. Yosi actually allows himself to be decapped there once, which is actually in Campingplatz's favor because they had to peek out either way. They're still waiting for Lemmy to close the distance here before they make a play. Jekifar takes another one. Pozdro here up 2k HP on the Ghost Town. They've made the slow surround of this cap work well for them. Orchek there in the 50B gets a nice shot on Benzo. Another one from Conrad coming in as well. Benzo can no longer fight DJ here at all. Lemmy is now flanking from behind. There's 10 seconds left on the cap. 9 seconds left. Yes, they're gonna get Conrad, but they need to get a reset. They need to get the resets now, and they're going to have to use that VZ55 as a desperation attempt here. Feely as well coming in, dropping towards a one-shot. Camping Platz now coming from all angles. Lemmy focusing on Conrad, Shockers, Toxic onto KPRK. Feely surviving, but barely surviving. Kubash now coming in as well with his bad shot, and Camping Platz here doing actually better than expected. Gotta say it, actually holding on a little bit. Lemmy will now finish off that IS-4 of Conrad, but now Orchek's off of reload already, and he has picked Shockish as his next target. Koma in return getting pushed by Fed, getting pushed by Kubash. Yosi actually in a little bit of a safe position now. Jakafa getting shot from behind. Knows he has to commit onto Yosi here. Fed picks up Koma. Can Jakafa pick up Yosi here cleanly? No, he can't! Shockish team kills Jakafa! Why? We don't know. Maybe he was annoyed at him. Doubtfully a miss though. But now 4 tanks left standing for Camping Platz with half the HP remaining for the side of Postro.
Yeah, Jakafa was on reload there. He had shot his clip earlier than that because but he didn't do any damage with it. Now Ozek here, he has spent one of his shells, now trying to get away from Shockish, who finally gets back to shooting the enemies here, but very, very good HP at the moment for Pozdro. 4.7 currently against 2.3 of the defenders. There is 2 minutes and 17 seconds left, so maybe
look at Feely's position. If Fed here gets focused out by Feely, Lemmy, and Toxic, there's a little bit of room to work.
But the Batchet is going to come sideways onto Feely. He does spot him out. He should be picking him up. There we go. Feely able to do one more shot of damage, but now Toxic, he needs to commit onto Timfed here to take the DPM duel, because basically he'll be reloaded before Timfed will be. Finally, Shockish coming as well, but I don't know why Shockish is coming in first, because, yeah, he does get picked up by DJ, not even by Timfed, and this is looking very, very good here by Postro on their own map pick. Only Lemmy left here. He's going to get picked up by Ozek, and Postro now finally putting one on the board, answering the clean Himmelsdorf here with a decisive, I would say, very, very controlled attack on Ghost Town. 2-1.
Should have been cleaner even. If we're going to be nitpicky about things, there's no reason why Yosi needs to pick from the cap. The reason does not exist. There is, if you like, have a list of benefits and downsides. There's one benefit. Yosi gets a shot of damage. There's one negative. They don't have to YOLO into the cap. If Yosi doesn't peek there and just sits behind the corner, they force Camping Platz to make an earlier commit. But Lemmy not in position yet at all. Yeah, Lemmy would not be in position with his S-Kong to go behind Conrad, and the game would be over already. So that's unnecessary stuff there. They did a really good surround in the beginning, getting that IS-7 into position. I still think it's a little bit risky to get that IS-7 into position, because teams could counter it with their bat if they wanted to. But all in all, good stuff there from Postro surrounding. And Camping Platz did really well to hold on though for a while there. I mean, it could have been close, but at some point, but then Benzo, you know, taking all those shots on the crossing from Orchek, I think from Conrad too. I thought he could maybe kill DJ, but yeah, no, they proved us differently in this scenario.
To be honest, I think they were just waiting for the Batchat cross, because there were so many tanks aimed at him. Basically, he almost got blown up on the cross, and then the I-7 just needed one more shot. And I think that was also the decisive engagement of the round. If the Batchat gets to clip the I-7 there, that's one angle gone for the side of Pozdro, that's one angle earned for the side of Camping Platz, and then they even have a Batchat that can still do rotations and do some harassment here. But yeah, the play did not work out, so Pozdro here converting their attack, which was pretty slow, I would say, but going back to the Himmelsdorf attack by Camping Platz, I think that was even slower. So at the moment, a possible tiebreaker would be going in favor of the Polish team, if I'm not mistaken. We are not there by far yet, though.
We're definitely not there yet.
It is a best of 7, so we will at least see 2 more rounds, and this is going to be round number 4 in between Camping Platz and Pozdro. Again, logically, on Ghost Town, sides are going to be switched, so now the Germans will have to attack. We're going to see what they come up with.
I would be, you know, I'm going to throw something out there. I think Pozdro is going to have 3 IS-4s.
Possibly.
I just, you know, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling like they really love that IS-4 pick. We could see sometimes though, you know, that DPM of like S-Kongs, for example, and the clip potential of VZ. Once you start going like really one-dimensional in lineups, you also have to be careful that it's not too much of the same, because sometimes, you know, S-Kong is amazing. right? It's just an amazing tank in general, both in 77 and in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of one-dimensional lineups, I mean, Postro, they do have an IS-4 in their defense. Then they have 5 S-Kongs and 1 CS. Meanwhile, Campingplatz on the attacking side, double E100, 1 ISM, double S-Kong, 1 BZ, and a Batshot. So I guess Postro, they, as soon as they see enemy tanks and some singled-out tanks maybe, they just want to commit onto that and just come with a concentrated DPM that the S-Kongs have and just tear the enemies apart. With that, we're gonna see if Campingplatz gives them the opportunity. Obviously, that double E100.
I feel like if this is Shockish,
Huh?
I feel like this is Shockish. I don't know if Shockish is leading. If it's Shockish leading, he's gonna try and cap base number 1. I don't know why. He likes doing this for some reason.
We see already some HE shots coming out by Postro, trying to destroy the buildings. That is the correct play to make here. Benzo is so far unspotted, but I think Yosi should be able to destroy enough of the buildings in basically in time. And as soon as KPRK is on the A4 position, he should have good reset shots, and he probably can even spot out Jackifa, which we see at the left of the screen here. W100 also being diverted towards the cap. Both of the tanks in the cap now spotted, so we're gonna just have to wait and see if if they will destroy the buildings here in time. Yeah, Benzo already sees it, leaves the cap, and needs to be careful here not to take another shot of damage by Yuzi, correctly?
Yeah, but he's using that little building in between him and Yossi to try and get out of this, which is a good move from Benzo there, min-maxing his HP, knowing that he needs to be careful. Nice shot there from Command towards Yossi as well. A little bit unnecessary from Yossi to even try and trade against an E100. They still have to deal with this S-Kong at A4 though, and Koma cannot really sit there because of this A4 S-Kong existing. He really needs to get back around that corner, to be honest, or he's going to bleed a ton of HP for this play.
Now the dust has sort of settled here. That little cap attempt by Campingplatz getting thwarted by the defenders. Koma taking another shot here by Yosi, so I guess the S-Kong better at side scraping than the E100 is. Koma now backing up. Doesn't want to take any more damage for free, and Campingplatz sort of back to the drawing board as to how they want to break this defense. And take a look at JK0. There's already the CS there. This means Benzo now gets spotted out in the open, takes a shot by DJ, takes a shot by Kubash down to 1200 HP, and he'll probably take more damage for this.
Yeah, this is terrible for Campingplatz. Like, this is, Benzo might even die for this, and then it's game over, to be honest. We're going to be realistic about this. If Benzo dies for this play, also, Benzo should not be able to get spotted in those bushes, by the way. I'm not sure if he drove out in the open one way or another, but he technically, Kubash picks him up. He should not, you don't get spotted in those bushes. So I feel like Benzo was either not fully sitting in them or not expecting the position from K0, so he was sitting a little bit in the open, and now Campingplatz is going to be forced to make a move they may not like on towards Konrad, and you can see that's the whole homie hit squad there coming towards that corner. Konrad, Orchek is going to be the first one here. They don't have a choice. They cannot stop anymore. They're taking so much damage for this already. Konrad is going to be the first focus there, though, for the side of Campingplatz, but a good shield coming out from Fed, allowing him to live even longer. Feely gets obliterated by the angles that Postro possesses. Koma is not going to fare much better now, and this one-dimensional cap strategy from Campingplatz has been read, has been owned completely on the side of Postro, and this is what they call game over for the side of Campingplatz, as they had a strong showing on Himmelsdorf, but did not manage to continue this into Ghost Town.
Yeah, I mean, GG no re here for both of those teams on the map of Ghost Town. And in the end, Benzo dying there in the Batchat forced Campingplatz into the exact reaction that Postro wanted. I mentioned it at the start of the game. They want to be close to their enemies, having all the S-Kongs in the fight, all the guns bringing to bear, just with the DPM melting away the HP that Campingplatz had. And yeah, their attack strategy completely falling apart, so we are left with a 2-2 scoreline here, so that means my prediction, and I believe yours as well, could come true both.
Yeah, true. I still have 4-2 written in the books, so it's possible that I am right. It's also possible that I'm going to be wrong now, that they're going to lose the next few rounds. But yeah, this was you know, this wasn't Postro being amazing. They did really well in the last round, but this was just Campingplatz having one strategy, one idea, what they want to do. And if that doesn't work, well,
no plan B.
You know. I mean, I guess they were always, this was always game over. There was no recovery for them. because of the CS being in K0, and you gotta remember that the CS is not able to get one clip by a bat, you know? So, and the CS will always outspot him. So they will never be able to retake the K0 position, which effectively means that they're stuck and can't go anywhere because every angle they go to is spotted by the Pozdro tanks. So with these positions, you give up the whole map. You give up any potential for a secondary play.
Also, I don't really know why Benzo got sent towards those bushes, because even if he outspots the CS on some sort of rotations, rotation, there would be no one really to punish him. And he cannot really shoot because his position might get compromised.
I mean, he can't do anything else though, really.
Yeah, I don't know. It just felt like, you know, the cap strategy failed and then they were left with basically like the shambles of what they had, and they couldn't really retaliate because driving into superconks would be safer.
I feel like when you want to do something like this, like what they just did, this only works if it's a gimmick, aka it's not your primary strat, it's just to bait some rotations. Like you could bait the CS to go K-line, for example. You could leave an S-Conk in the ditch on K8, for example. You bait them to make rotations with this camp, and then you play off of that. Like, if you do a gimmicky shot like this, it may work, because nobody really expects you to have a tank hidden. Even a tank hidden at K0, Keyhead, for example. Like an S-Conk hidden at K0, just waiting for the CS to try and take it, would be better than this. Like, you gotta do something like this, and then throw something surprising in the works, like a tank by himself. The CS drives there, he dies or takes a lot of damage, he has to run away. Pozdro needs to start scrambling to rotate because they don't know where all the tanks are anymore. They could get surrounded again, and then you could maybe beat them on something. But something simple like this, which they've probably seen before, the team has attempted against them, because you could see they instantly started destroying buildings.
Yep.
They had no delay in destroying buildings with H3. They did it from the beginning as soon as Yosi got there. I think the other S-Conk was shooting it on the way as well. So they were aware that it's a potential threat to their strategy. So if Camping Platz wants to make this work, they have to try and throw something surprising in there.
All right, that was the first two maps here. Himmelsdorf going the way of Camping Platz and Ghost Town going the way of Pozdro. So we are now heading over towards, I believe, Muro. And if we follow in the tracks of what has happened so far, then Pozdro should be in for a victory here, because it's their map pick. Morovanka. Obviously a completely different map from both Himmelsdorf and also Ghost Town. There is a lot more bushes to hide behind. Obviously you can force a quick one-cap strategy always, or you basically pick a T100, try to play the long game as an attacker. And I think Muro is one of those maps where the defender is has to read the setup of the attacker the most well to be able to react immediately to what will happen. Otherwise they don't really stand a chance.
Yeah, that's correct. We do see a lot of different kind of Muros being played though recently, at least in the last tournament. It was very focused on fighting in the beginning. Not many teams resorting to the good old light tank gameplay anymore. Most of the teams at some point, we saw a lot of bad repushes as well on towards that cap. For the defender, it's always a hard choice to make on Muro nowadays. You have two options. You have option number one, you play with a light tank to spot the eastern base, and you are a weaker fighting lineup, which means that if the enemy team goes for full fighting lineup and goes for your cap in between the two dunes, base number one I think, then they have the advantage there because of the full fighting lineup. And if you go for a full fighting lineup yourself and the enemy team has, for example, the T100, then you run into the issue that they can now play the other base if they want to. So it's not that easy for the defenders.
All right, and here we go. Pozdro attacking with double IS-7, double Kran, 1.5A, 1CS, and we do have the T100 LT coming up by KPRK. Camping Platz, meanwhile, defending with an IS-7, a Kran, double S-Conk, double Batchat, and a CS. So I guess there is a lot of rotation potential, a lot of clip potential as well for Camping Platz, but if they run into the wrong kind of tanks with their Batchats and the CS, they're going to bleed heavily for it. But to be honest, judging by how the attackers are driving, they're trying to pull off some quick one-cap strategy.
Yeah, it does look like that. I think they have the crowns being boosted by the IS-7. Toxic gets spotted out by KPRK, which gives info to the side of Pozdro that there has to be tanks behind us. You do not do this by yourself. Koma is now getting the spots out though on towards Konrad, DJ, Orchek, and Yossi. So he is aware of the 4 tanks that are driving in. He does do one. He does do a second one as well on towards DJ, but this damage is kind of neglectable at this point into the game, as it looks like Pozdro is going to go straight up and over. They realize that Lemmy's position is isolated. Lemmy is by himself. That Kranwagen, this is what happens when you're in a split situation. He might just about get his clip off. He does not. And now you can see that they're just continuing. Pozdro here has no intentions of stopping anymore. Shakafar is the next one in this lineup that is going to feel the pain of the Polish train as they try and gain a superior advantage on this map here. Shakafar, you can see dropping so low already, 959 HP. He's trying to do as much as he can. Camping Platz yet has more HP, but they have less tanks. They did catch KPRK in his light tank though, so not all is lost for them. They need somebody back towards the K-line to cover the positions of Toxic and Koma. I don't know why Shokish is closing the distance here. It's not needed. It's not good either. He needs to get out of here because Pozdro could take all their tanks and push again. You can see now Shokish realizes. He realizes that he cannot stay there. He cannot be there when they try and repush. And now I would like to see them rotate a tank to C1, and I would like to see them rotate a tank towards the K-line as well. But look at that Pozdro team already. They're realizing the potential for this, and they are yet again going for another push.
Yeah, Koma, he looks to be in pain, and all of his efforts are gonna be in vain. And Shokish, as the commander of his team, is probably going insane right now, as that is just another free pick here for the side of Pozdro. Yes, the HP are sort of even, but the guns, the positions, they're just in favor of the attacking team here. As soon as they bring all of their guns to bear, they can just, you know, put someone in the 1 cap, put someone on top of the 3 line to basically cover. And Camping Platz, they're sort of left with that double batchat. They need to find some picks here to make it even again. Yes, time is working for them, but with those positions, I don't really see them coming back.
There was potential there. There was some bad positioning from Koma, to be honest. He could have been further alongside the ridge where Toxic was. And I think Shock is closing the distance there back towards Koma is just a mistake from maybe lack of focus, lack of preparation coming out, because realistically he could have been on the kill already. You can see Fed's position though in the 5A was completely exposed as well though. Yosi now peeking out, takes a shot from the CS, DJ peeking over towards Toxic, and there are a lot of angles here from Camping Platz that they possess, that they control, that they're able to exploit their advantage here. Benzo did get dropped low here, and Yosi is making good trades against Toxic, but he needs to be careful because Feli is going to come off reload at some point as well.
Feli now spotted here in his batchet, so needs to probably retreat a bit. Now trying to shoot frontally onto Yosi, not connecting his shots. Obviously, Muro, a map with a lot of bushes, so with those batchets, they do have very good camo. There's a reason that once in Clown Wars they were used for spotting once upon a time, and they do have that brutal clip potential. You can see this HP is still even. It's still though 4 versus 6 tanks, and Pozdro, they do have that hold-down power, and they can commit Orzek into the cap here now. He should be very, very safe if there is no rotation that basically picks up Kubash for free in his CS in the south. Now we do also see the Kranmang and the IS-7 Yosi and DJ respectively getting sent towards the north to cut off rotations from here. And at one point in time, I think it is going to be Toxic who will have to make an advance onto the cap to get the resets, because there's only 40 seconds left basically. There's still 4 minutes in this game, and then as soon as that happens, he's going to melt by the fire from the Kranbang. Timfed will probably even be able to sustain one more shot by Toxic here, being on 529 HP, and now in comes the push in the south here. Shokish going in, Amarek and Kubash taking some shots from the side, and now it's going to be the question as to when Kubash will have reloaded. He does in time. Yes, he's Amarek, but it's not going to matter because the reset angles for Camping Platz, they have diminished. It's only Toxic in his IS-7 here that needs to white peak. Now he does not roll the 5A. That's crucial because now the Kranbang can also come and clip onto the IS-7. 20 seconds left on the cap. Toxic does not get the reset up. Dire moments here for the team of Camping Platz.
Yeah, 10 seconds left now, and Pozdro has not that many HP remaining, let's be honest about it. They're all pretty low, but there was a very big overreaction there for the side of for Camping Platz, man. Like in the way that Pozdro was playing, they really felt like they had to come back as soon as possible, and that is an issue there. The issue is that For example, Shokish is closing the distance. Doesn't do anything in this regard. Didn't do anything. Koma is still too far towards the south. Got picked up for free. Lemmy keeps driving forward, even though 4 tanks are spotted driving towards the cap. That's not good at all. It's not good. Lemmy could still swing towards the left there and go play with Fabian, for example, Jacquefa in the S-Kung position. But after the initial trade that happened, what Camping Plants really needs is like, they even caught a T100 somehow, which I don't understand. They need a tank back towards K-line, they need a tank to cover the middle, they need a tank to take where Benzo was. And if they did that immediately, you saw them do it delayed, they would have already had those angles when they started pushing on towards the position of Koma and would have been able to trade better. But even with all of that, they would still be in trouble if Pozdro didn't push on towards Koma, if they just neglected that, because that is where they almost threw the game. If they didn't push on towards Koma, but instead you saw what they did with the cap there, right? With those 2 guys on the cap. If they took their tanks and they actually repushed north with the HP that they still had, knowing that they couldn't have C1 yet, then they would have already won the game, because there's no reset angle anymore than from Camping Plats. They either need to take K4, which they can't, they need to take C1, which they can't. So Pozdro, with the initial advantage that they had, picking up 2 tanks for free, should have exploited this even harder. They wanted to keep pushing, and it was almost their downfall.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you basically, as you said, overtake the position that Jacquefa has there, that just got pushed on, jumped on almost, you could say, by 3 tanks, that is just GG right there if you react well. But I think they got sort of carried away by their own success that they found initially, just because Lemmy in his Kranwagen was, let's say it honest, let's say it how it was, he was mispositioned there. Yeah, they sort of got carried away. They thought they could snowball it just completely there. They forgot that the Batchets, they can basically stall out a game on Moravanka for quite some time. But in the end, I think the reaction carrying them over the finish line here also carried them towards what is going to be their first match point here in this single elimination bracket. So after being up 2-0, Camping Platz now suddenly fighting against tournament elimination, and yeah, if Pozdro manages to convert their defensive round here on Moravanka, then my prediction will be right.
How will your prediction be right?
Oh wait, I went with 4-1. Never mind.
Nice brain there, Kihan.
Well, goldfish brain, you know. Sometimes I tend to forget things.
Apparently, 4-1 and 4-3 are the same thing in Kihan's head.
Well, we let's just not mention that. Let's mention the lineups instead here. Pozdro defending with an IS-7, a Kran, a
Kihan, quick question.
What?
How many 277s does Pozdro have? 1 or 3? Because apparently it's the same thing for you anyway, so I'm just checking.
Let's go with 1 for this time. Double S-Kong,
Yeah.
1 CS, 1 T100, and Camping Platz coming in with a lot of different tanks. Not a single tank picked twice here. 113 IS-7, Kranwagen, Maus 277, S-Kong, and Fili in the Batchat.
Everybody got to play their favorite tank on Camping Platz's team, and obviously Toxic as the German captain for the German team has to pick a German tank. I mean, I think that makes sense, right? But outside of that, you can see Pozdro going heavy towards 1-2. They realized that this lineup from Camping Platz is a 1-2 centered lineup. They're using the CS to boost the 277 into position. I think Conrad should be able to make it. I think he should be fine. He has spotted crossing. Let's see if he takes some damage in that 277.
Jacquefa using the intuition here in his 113. Will he get the shot off? So far, nothing connecting, but Lemmy in turn taking huge punishment. Minus 1400 HP, taking another shot from the back line. Down to a 1-shot he goes, and as soon as Conrad is reloaded, I think that's down and out of the game here for Lemmy, who manages to do one more shot.
But Conrad hits the gun.
Ooh,
Conrad hits the gun. Conrad hits the gun of Lemmy. That's heat coming in there. He's not pushing him out. Conrad, what are you doing, mate? He now is dropped towards the 1-shot for this. This should never have happened there. Conrad, absolute misplay. Pushes him out. So there's another shot coming in from behind. And now he's at risk of actually dying to somebody getting the angle. I think Benzo is controlling the angle as well. So that allows them to be fine in that regard. Feli and KPRK dueling it out in the forest. Now Benzo's going to grab a reload. Feli's coming closer as well. Shocker still covering. Toxic coming above them with his mouse, actually, with 3.5k HP. I mean, it's great to see that the mouse has arrived at the battlefield, though.
I mean, he took a little detour, you know, quick tour of the map, but in comes the push by Pozdro onto the one cap here, and they are getting their resets. They're even getting a lot of damage done onto Koma here, who's down to 1200. Ozek, however, in turn taking a brutal punishment for this, and Toxic on the upper side seems to be undisturbed by all the enemies.
Is going. I'm not sure where Toxic is going right now. I think he wants to go for
Orchek
Orchek here, and he better hit those shots for this play, because now look at this Feely coming in from the side as well. Good damage here coming out from Campingplatz. Good stuff so far. They're using this mouse as a battering ram, which is actually okay at this point, and a battering is what he's getting. He's getting battered and bruised even at this point. Now Feely coming in from the side, and this is this issue that I talked about on Muro. When you have that T100, when you have that light tank to try and control the base number 2, you run into the issue here that right now KPRK is not really committing anything to this fight. Fabian, they're pushing forward in his 113. Not the best play either, because he's able to get focused out. Shokish now down towards a one-shot as well. Fed is going to be picking him up. That's a T100 coming into effect. And now, though, Pozdro somehow have 5 tanks left standing versus the mere 3 from Campingplatz.
Yeah, the 2 tanks in the cap that just pushed out by Campingplatz. They got crossfired by Conrad, by Timfed. They had DJ and Yosi in front of them. And Yosi, yeah, he just doesn't die in the Superconk. He's just committing his DPM here. Feely, he did take out the CS, but then he had to go on reload. Obviously, he's now trying to take angles. And Toxic, he is going to try to angle well here in his mouse, as he has the base armor to do it. However, shot connecting into him, down to a one-shot he goes. And I think as soon as Toxic falls, we're going to be left with an impossible task for Benzo and Feely here, who need to make something happen. Feely, is he going to take the blind shot? No, and that's Toxic going down here to DJ. And now 2 clip tanks and a dream for the German team of Campingplatz.
I mean, it's technically still possible, but I really think there is some miscohesion there in this cap circle. They really just had to wait for Feely to come back and get the clip off. He tries to get a shot on Conrad. He doesn't, and he takes 2 in return. Using the mouse there was okay. I would say he took a lot of damage, but then this push out of the cap, I don't know, Shokesh took so much damage as well. And then there was also the fact that you know, I think Shakafa and Koma there from the cap got just completely crossfired to death for no reason.
Yeah, also Shokish was sort of singled out, and yes, the T100 doesn't really have the DPM, but it, you know, starts to hurt after a while if you just cannot retaliate. And now we have Feely here, the last tank in the game, the last tank in the match for Campingplatz, getting outspotted, getting just deleted by Pozdro. And thus, after going down 0-2, Pozdro with a perfect 4 games to answer, are going to take the victory here. 4-2, the German team of Campingplatz eliminated out of the tournament, and that is the first Polish team to reach the semifinals, which we're going to see tomorrow. Good stuff by them.
Yeah, unfortunately, Campingplatz not able to converge on the last round, which I think they had a good opportunity there for Conrad, though. That was he took 1.5k more damage than he should have for killing a 277. That could have costed them dearly. I mean, Fed there coming in strong, 5k from him. All in all, the S-Kongs making the real difference here for the side of Pozdro, both Yosi and Fed, and then the I7 actually as well, 3.5k damage. Whereas Jakefa 1.8, Koma 1.4, Lemmy still 1.5, Feely getting his clip off. They really had to wait. They really had to somehow survive until Feely came back into the game with his clip. If he came back in once more with his clip and everybody wasn't dead yet, he could have actually made a difference. But now he came in with his clip from the forest, and by the time that it actually matters, everybody's dead, and he just comes in with his 5 shells, and it's like, great, I have no teammates left.
All right. So, as I said already before, this was our first quarterfinal of the day. So, 25% of the games today complete. We have a first winner here with Pozdro. Congratulations to making it to the semifinals tomorrow. But I think, Ducky, that's quite enough by the 2 of us for the time being. Let's see what our analysts have to say about this match.
Yes, indeed. Thanks a lot, Kihen and Daki, for the amazing casting.
We had
We had a pretty interesting match between those two teams. Magic, well, Campingplatz taking a huge lead on Himmelsdorf, impressive runs there, but then Pozro, the experienced team that just played really well in the past tournament, just getting it back all the way.
Almost a backward sweep. I mean, Campingplatz could have been 3-0 up, and as Ducky already said, the last game also could have gone Campingplatz's way. But we see Campingplatz relegated from the tournament and Pozro going into the semi-finals, as you see in the tournament bracket. I'm not sure if
Yeah,
that's the
there's a
correct.
slight mistake, but yeah, Pozro is advancing on the HAPA bracket. They're going to be playing either against Invilgo and Tropical. That is the next match that we're covering. But back on that match, Magic. Well, we said it that the German team, they are not really well trained. They have pretty good tactics sometimes, but it's a bit like gambling. And on the other side, maybe the Polish team more prepared, more experienced in this format.
As I said, they said yesterday in the evening that they were confident, and I think we have seen that from them. Good level of gameplay, and in the end, they converted the match as well, 4-2 against an enemy that we said also had a lot of experienced players and good players.
Yeah, well, next up we have Invilgo against Tropical. So interesting match coming up straight after that. Invilgo, one of the favorite teams, they had kind of an underperformance in the last tournament, but I'm sure that that was actually good for them to realize that they have to keep on training hard and preparing hard. And I expect them to be on the proper level this tournament. What do you think about that?
I also expect them to be at a proper level, and from my information, I know lots of the Tropical guys. They said that they did not train either for this tournament, so we should expect here in Virgo to be stronger than the Tropical guys. We will see what will happen actually in the games.
But to be fair, in the tropical lineup, we also have some pretty known players. They have experience. They already played 7v7 tournaments, and since it's like a pretty like unusual format, the teams are not playing it much. It's not connected to anything that we have in game. I think that there's a team that always has a shot. Even if you play against like the big favorite of the tournament, you can still surprise them, come up with some interesting stuff. So we gotta give them credits. We didn't see them play yet. Even if they're underprepared, they can actually give a great surprise and a pretty close match against Invilgo.
Indeed, with the Tropical guys in the Wot7 number 2, I think, when I was also playing with a pretty similar lineup. I mean, we had Smiley and Call Me Piotr as well, but we finished second in that Wot7. If these guys are at their top, they can be a challenge to anyone, including Invergo, especially if Invergo is not as prepared or fails like in the last tournament. They were playing a bit slippery. We will see how they do this time. And here we can see
Wow.
the predictions. Oi, oi, oi. Not
I
looking
mean,
good.
I guess the community decided that, yeah, we have a big favorite, the Polish team. 93% of the community going with them. That's not very surprising, to be fair, right, Magic?
I mean, it's not surprising after seeing the results of the last Wot7, where the top 3 teams were Invil teams, and this time as well we've seen post-draw qualifying already to the semis. I mean, the community says that Invilgo is also going to qualify to the semis by the looks of it.
Yeah, well, Invil, look at that lineup, like pretty much all-star lineup. We know all of these players from the 15v15. Only Rishek, the Fame player, joining them and playing with them. I know that he is a very competitive and like passionate players about all of those competitive formats, so maybe a good hat for that Polish team. And Tropical, we have also those players that are playing. They were playing in Hive in the 15v15 format. Ali, White Rock, Pussicle, Hatical, Danley, Hytox, Neva, Silent, Vervi. I mean, all of them. We know all of them, right?
All of them are well-known players indeed in the 15 versus format, especially for me, who is their teammate normally in the 15 versus 15. And I agree with you. I think the addition of Rishek could work out well for Invilgo. When I played with him in the last 15v15 tournament, he seemed like somebody that really puts his time into the game. He's active, and I think he's motivated to do well. That's why they probably picked him up.
So yeah, it's just going in to Invilgo's favor, taking in consideration the community. I think that Tropical may have a shot, but that being said, I think the replays are ready from the match we just saw, Magic. So we're gonna be taking a look at that and giving our analysis and opinion about it.
Indeed, let's jump into it. Here we can see the first round. Here we can see the first round where Campingplatz is committing down from the hill to head in towards the direction of the 2-cap. while Pozdro is setting up inside of the 8 line and the courtyard with their defense, but they don't have anyone towards the A line here.
Yeah, well, that's actually an interesting attack from the side of Campingplatz, going for that line aggressions and trying to utilize the mistakes from Pozdro. You can see them very splitted, the 2 IS4 users in the 8 line, and the overmatch taken straight up from Campingplatz to take down the tank DJ. That was a good play. That's one of the only plays they had because they couldn't just wait and just cap. So good stuff from the side of the German team, and that shield made by Conrad, not the greatest, Magic.
It's not the greatest. I think Conrad turned David's wreck towards the side, but in the end it gave more positives to the enemy team than it did give to them. Feli making a good play here, committing in to kill the close 277 of Conrad, and also Kubash eliminating both of them from the game.
Yeah, good stuff from Campingplatz on their attack, just more likely punishing Pozdro for their positioning that was kind of questionable, and then just trying to pick up the tanks close. You can see that was a pretty good domination, not that much time left, because they have to utilize the 8 minutes, and that's in the favor of the defending team. But at the end of the day, taking down those IS4 that were pretty isolated, and then huge overmatch to take down 2 tanks in more than a minute, that was enough for the German team to take the first round.
This is already the defense of Campingplatz, where we can see Benzo trying to spot out with his gun towards the middle. This is a bit risky if the enemy takes already the B0 positions, but as we can see, Pozdro's opening was slightly more passive than that, so Benzo could spot this way on towards the window. Campingplatz having a really passive lineup, and we can see Pozdro pushing into them here.
Yeah, well, that was a push coming up, and that was probably not the greatest, because look at the amount of tanks from Campingplatz in the fight. 5 of them taking count the ice for the E3 that can come pretty fast. Bit of a mistake here from the side of Campingplatz. Huge HP advantage, but they took so long to make that 3 push. They were waiting for the IS4, and that actually worked for Pozdro, because they are all on low HP, but they are alive. And this push is late. They managed to take Jekefa down in the hangar. Toxic trying to help as much as he can, but from the side of Pozdro, all the crossfire angles with the CS coming from behind Magic.
Campingplatz had an HP advantage here, but in the end Pozdro managed to kill down most of their tanks. Benzo, however, made the correct play of running away at the right time, and Pozdro ran out of time to kill him. We can see Benzo here inside of the 5 line, having almost 1.5k HP, while the Pozdro tanks are chasing him. It's a hopeless chase, Campingplatz on their defense.
Yeah, next up we had Ghost Town, so that was the time Pozdro had to just reverse that and just take back some rounds on that match, because it was a BO7, so the first team getting 4 wins on the board would just advance. That's what they did. It was a pretty convincing attack, just taking map control with this IS7 over the southeast part of the map, and then the IS4 cap pressure. That's pretty usual. We have seen that already on Ghost Town in attack, right?
Indeed, we have seen it. What Ducky has pointed out is maybe the fact that these IS4s didn't really have to peek, they just had to wait for cover from the rest of the team. The IS7 of David was pushed by Benzo on the edges of the map, on the 1 line, he went down. But here we can see the brawl in its full size. Everybody participating in from both teams basically, and in the end it worked out for the side of Pozdro more, as they found the isolations and they managed to encircle the team of Campingplatz and come out victorious.
Like you mentioned, it's also about a lot of those micro plays, managing to get a 2v1, getting the overmatch, and also utilizing the fact that they had those meaty IS4 in the cap, forcing Campingplatz to make a move and being in positions with crossfire angles to actually punish them. So the HP were close, but slowly and surely, also they were taking HP advantage and tank advantage, and that worked really well for them in the attack.
The isolated tank of David coming back into the game, and here we can see the closing moments. Shockish and Toxic trying a desperation push on towards the tank that they could try to isolate, but both going down in the process, and Pozdro winning their attack on Ghost Town, which is considered to be probably the harder one of the 2 battles to win.
Yeah, indeed. Next up, we had the attack from Campingplatz, so trying to straight trigger the base 1 to force a reaction from the side of Pozdro. But we had a pretty good reaction from the side of the Polish team, not panicking, just creating the angles with those S-Kongs to force them off the cap, and you could see very advanced positions in this defense.
Indeed, they forced Benzo off the cap, who was forced to rotate away, but in the meanwhile, Pozdro's defense took a lot of map control. and that caused Benzo to go down, which we don't see here, but we see the repush of the attacking team into the cap circle 2, which was made because of the desperation that the loss of Benzo has caused. This is just a slaughter for the side of Pozdro. They just have to shoot while Campingplatz is sitting in the middle of a massive crossfire.
Yeah, well, pretty clean and solid round from the side of Pozdro. As you said, they managed to spot Benzo that probably failed a bit, not utilizing the bushes in the best way, but good stuff from the Polish team. And then they were straight on the attack on Muro, and look at this beautiful read from the Polish team, expecting Campingplatz to be split in half thanks to the forest, so straight taking the aggression, the overmatch, going for a Lemmy, but they would not stop, they would go for the next S-Kong. It's Jekefa on the red line here for his team. He has the coverage of another S-Kong, but look at this. A lot of tanks out of the fight from the side of Campingplatz, but they still managed to catch the Tihunda.
Great recognition by the side of Pozdro Pocic, realizing that they can not only kill Lemmy in the Kranwagen, but they can continue also towards Jekafa, and in the later stages of the game, they also go towards the Super Conqueror of Koma that you can currently see on the H4 position. They took them down. Obviously, they lost a lot of HP in the process, but the number of the guns is a very important factor in these sorts of games. 7 on 7, they converted this into a 4 versus 7 because they managed to take down Koma without losing any of their members, and afterwards the game became a lot easier to convert for the side of Postro.
I think there's a huge mistake from the side of Campingplatz here, not utilizing the Kelai to just get back with the Batshot to cover those double heavies and letting Polsro just go for a second aggressive pick to take down the tanks. And Polsro, they were just utilizing those overmatches in their own interest, taking down tanks and then forcing a cap, being pretty annoying for Campingplatz. They had to commit to get these decaps because they're full Kelai control with under the Polish team and fairly desperate there at the end. Buddy is going to go down, and Polsro, they were 2-0 down and they started taking the lead then.
Indeed, they took over the lead. Here we can see the attack of Campingplatz, however, coming for the base 1 with straight aggression. However, they could not go over in the same way as Pozdro did, as Pozdro had a lot more tanks defending. The cross of Lemmy was heavily punished by the close tanks of Pozdro.
I mean, it's pretty funny because I don't know if you saw that, but Conrad actually he bounced 2 shots off his side from the I7 and the crown, and he's a bit failing there against Lemmy. Imagine if that I7 and that con actually connected on Conrad. Conrad would be dead, Lemmy would be alive, and it would be all for Campingplatz position-wise. But Conrad managing to stay alive here in this position, which is very key. But also they still had to make a move, a push, and that was costly.
That was indeed costly, and at this point the game may have looked like it was in the favor of Campingplatz, especially with Pozdro not picking up anyone on the repush. Toxic here bringing in his HP on the top. However, after getting the resets, Pozdro went back, and Toxic's mouse in a way was called out, with the rest of the team not being able to utilize him, losing a lot of HP there.
I mean, you can see that the Tihunda is out of the fight, but the issue here for the side of Campingplatz is, even with the HP advantage, they are not taking any tanks out from the side of the Polish team. They're trying to keep making some picks, but they're all alive. Low HP, yes, but alive. And at the end of the day, Pozdro managing to stay alive with all of those tanks, all of those guns that made a huge impact in that game, and that's how they took that round and that match 4-2. Magic.
Indeed, it was. Here we can only see Feli going down. I mean, he's attacking. He did not have a chance in this game at the end. But in the end, a very close matchup. A lot of the games could have gone either way. I think it was enjoyable to watch as well.
Yeah, that was like a pretty good match, a solid match from the Polish team to start the those playoff of that tournament. We have to say goodbye to the German team because we don't have a losers bracket this time. Single elimination bracket, BO7 coming up in Wilgo against Tropical. I guess we're pretty excited to see what the Polish team can bring.
I'm excited to see what both teams can bring, especially my friends in Tropical without practice. But as you said, the Invergo team is probably the more prepared, the more experienced. We should be favoring them with our predictions as well.
Yeah, well, I guess that was just enough from the two of us. We can just take a look at what Taki and Kian have to say about that upcoming matches. Carlos, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back. First of all, thanks for the awesome analysis. And yeah, both of you mentioned it already. We have the upcoming match in between the international, I believe it's the only international team currently left in the playoffs, or even making it to the playoffs, of Tropical, with their team captain Ali. And on the other side, we have Invil Go. And I have to say, I sort of agree with the community predictions here. Invil Go making it, I believe, to the 3rd spot last tournament, should be favored over the team of Tropical. That being said, player skill-wise, obviously, on both sides, there are going to be quite some heavyweights, but in the end, I think the cohesion in the Polish team should carry them over. What do you think? I believed you might be muted, Ducky. Yeah, anyway, Tropical Clown Fiesta coming in here with their well-known lineup of the Quell family. Obviously, Magic Will a member of that family here. But in the end, the first map is going to be Mines, as we can see. And Tropical is coming in here on the attacking side, and they're doing so with an IS-7. Triple E5 and triple CS63 on the other side. Invil Go coming in with an IS4, quadruple 277 and double CS. So both of those lineups, in my humble opinion, look very, very poised to go towards the middle and just brawl it out there. The E5s are obviously going to have the DPM advantage over the 277s. However, the 277s are a lot faster than the E5s, so they will have the positional advantage coming in. And yeah, it's just going to be a question as to how it's going to play out. I hear you now, so let's see how the brawl here goes on in the middle. Yeah, I mean, all CS is making it up. Silent taking a lot of damage now. A retaliation onto Rishek, but now finally the Invil Go 277s have arrived in the middle here. Alia already taking some damage here. Obviously, triple IS-7 on the hill is going to work in favor for Tropical here, as 3 tanks is just more than 2. And the 277s, they apparently cannot really overpush. Finally, they're trying to go up the hill, and they're trying to make it with a lot of HP. That is going to be crucial. The team of Tropical, they just need to commit all of their forces into the fight, and indeed the overpush is coming into the middle here by White Rock, by Never. They're all trying to overpush. Rexar taking the brunt of the damage. Meanwhile, Artiquel on the hill is out of the fight here. The overpush coming in. It's just the tanks of Tropical trying to take the DPM advantage, and so far it's working. HP advantage is there as well, together with the gun advantage. Now Rexar, the next one, dropping to the grave. Sokar trying to get away here. Never on a one-shot on the hill. Itox doing one more shot of damage onto Piotrix, going down now here, but the repush onto the hill, it's rolling. Tropical, they still have the gun advantage, they still have the HP advantage. They're picking up one more tank, and now Piotrix and Sokar left to wonder where it all went wrong for them. Those E5s just brutal when it comes to close combat brawling here. Then it doesn't matter that you have a weak spot on top of your turret and the enemy doesn't. It's just about the DPM fight, about penning your shots. And as we just saw, the Tropical guys were easily able to do that.
Yeah, Keyhand, that was some selfish casting there, gotta say. Not even giving any room for me, Keyhand. It's not very nice whatsoever, but beautiful stuff there from Tropical, actually. You know, taking the hill at first, forcing the recommitment from Invil Go, and then once more, once you see that recommit coming out from Invil Go right towards the hill, then the next reaction is overpush the middle. And those E5s, I know they look funny to a lot of people on the stream, but E5 has good DPM, has good HP as well, and good speed for a game like this. The E5 is actually a very good tank on a map like Mines, where you can utilize them, and look at their damage as well, Kihan. I mean, Fury 3k, Neva 3.1, and White Rock 3.2.
Yeah, and also the thing is, with that low alpha damage, you have a very easy time of just effectively spreading that DPM, really. With the 277s, you have that 490 alpha, yes, but you have that long 10-second reload.
And they also have less DPM.
Yeah, they also have less DPM, and if you have to pick up like some 100 HP kill, you really don't want to do that in a 277. And my apologies actually for the selfish casting. I wasn't entirely sure whether the stream could hear you. But for the next engagement, I guess I'll shut up for you.
It's okay, Kihan. You know, I was just listening to you slowly but surely dying inside every second a little more until the end of the game. There, it's like, when does it end? Thankfully for you, it was Mainz, Kihan. It could have been worse if it was something like Cliff with a long, drawn-out engagement. To be honest, but yeah, good stuff all in all from Tropical. Actually picking up the first round here. Will say though, Kihan, obviously, Mainz defense is the favored side, no matter
Hugely
what.
favored, I think, yeah. But now finally we do see the pick and ban Tundra getting taken out by a game over here in Vilgo. In turn, Cliff ban by Tropical getting taken out. Now Mainz, we just saw the first round here. Obviously, side's going to be switched, and Invilgo is going to have the favorable side. It is mentionable, though, that basically Invilgo, they lost the first game on their map pick. Then Murabanka coming in here by Tropical. Proco getting taken out by Invilgo. And Himmelsdorf, that should be a pick by Tropical, I believe. And then the possible tiebreaker could be Prokhorovka.
Yeah, not a bad set of maps here, but getting back into Mainz already, we saw both Invilgo here and Tropical go for the middle in our predictions here, all in favor of Invilgo. You for 2, Insane and Magical going with the 4-1, having big faith in Invilgo, and me not that much. As you were talking in the beginning about Invilgo, I said the community prediction heavily favoring Invilgo, and I said I don't think it should have been disfavored, Kihan, because Invilgo last tournament wasn't the Invilgo that we remembered. They really didn't perform up to standards. So having complete faith in them, I think, is not warranted and not even justified compared to the performance that they've had. But now lineups though: Triple 115 and IS4, double CS and STB for Tropical, Invilgo, double IS4, double IS7, double S-Kong and a CS. It's not really a straight hill commitment.
No, especially with the S-Kongs. You don't really tend to go towards the hill. They're just that little bit too slow. I think the hill is just going to get forfeited here by Invilgo, and that's exactly what's happening. The medium tanks by Tropical are going to have an easy time to claim it, maybe taking some shots on the cross. We'll have to wait and see if the snapshots by the IS-7s connect. They do not, so make it up unscathed here. But to be honest, Invilgo shouldn't be too worried, because they're getting their CS in turn across onto the island for free, completely. He's full HP. Rexar taking one shot by the STB now and has to repair his Amarek, but probably not going to be too worried as well, because I don't see any immediate commitment by Tropical happening. They're probably now going to deliberate as White Rock takes some damage here. You can see Loda dead and Engine was red, is now yellow.
No. He dropped off the hill and took
White Rock.
He took 1,000 HP in damage, basically. Not really what you like seeing for a CS, especially because it looks like they want to start retaking 1-2 and maybe possibly push down it. So now you have a CS that is no longer able to commit or do basically anything. A little bit of a rookie mistake there, but then again, driving is hard, and sometimes, you know, you press left or right at the accidental wrong moment, and then you end up with this.
Oh, you hate to see it, man. You hate to see it. But then again, if you do those kind of mistakes, then you thoroughly deserve taking the damage for it. They will probably let another 80 seconds or so tick away just for White Rock to get back his repair and his med kit. I don't know how you do that at those stages of the tournament. Like, do you just not pay attention? Like, you should be paying attention when playing the game. Anyway, I think not completely decided by Tropical yet whether they want to do 1 line or whether they want to do 8 line. It looks like 1 line currently, as both the 113s are getting rotated over towards A4, and then they will be joining up with Silent, who is the third 113. The problem though with those 113s is always when they cross over, they're not like IS-7s. They don't have a lot of spaced armor, they don't have any weirdly angled armor on the side, so they are basically bound to take a lot of damage on the cross if the Invilgo tanks don't completely miss or miss-shoot here, which I don't think we could expect from the Invilgo team. Now, Itox getting sent towards the 8 line, I think that's mostly a diversion away from the commitment that we see on the 1 line here.
Yeah, Itox here coming in the IS4. It does get spotted out there by Panzer Fury in the S-Kong that's sitting in the base. Never actually takes a connection there from the hill. Even in Itox taking one in his IS4 from Panzer Fury all the way back. And now you can see the triple 113s grouping up onto the 1-2 line. So D1, Neva, Silent, Verui. With a 1 CS behind them, which I'm gonna guess is White-Rock on no HP.
Yeah, I guess he's going to be there for some long-range snipes, as on his HP he doesn't really want to make contact with the enemy tanks immediately here. The IS-4, Itox, he was spotted, so in will go that know that something of some sort is up in the 7-8 lane, but I don't think they're completely buying it yet. There is no overcommitment towards the east here by the defending tanks. It's just, a matter of waiting, because they know they have good positions. They trust their tactic here, and it's just waiting basically until the 113s on the one line either make the move or do one last rotation, but they should do that pretty soon, because we're down to 4 minutes and 15 seconds. So in the end, they need to, make it happen here or die trying.
Yeah, they are grouping up here for the 113s, and the reason why it's going to drive like this, because when they drive like this, they do not get spotted immediately. They get spotted when they're driving out of the bush here. There is a decent amount of damage, though. Panzer Fury could turn and get one shot. The IS-4 from here should get a shot. Katsai should get a shot. This guy should get a shot, and the CS should get multiple shots as well.
Alright, here we go, the push coming in. Vervi leading the charge, does get spotted. Now all the guns by Invil Go should start turning towards that one line immediately. Vervi taking one shot of damage. So far, nothing else happening. That cross right now is very, very, very cheap for the side of Tropical. Only one shot of damage there. Finally comes a second one. Never here getting Amarect in his CS. Has a repair kit available. Finally, more shots coming into the one line, but I think Never he should be able to very, very easily go down towards the 113s. Meanwhile, the STB getting off a fire here, and this flank by Katsai is going to be crucial, because he's going to be able to stay safe and side scrape against the 113s.
Yeah, but this flank doesn't really do much right now, because Vervi is going to kill Never, and that's going to isolate the middle. Rexar is now trying to cross over as well, but Rexar is down towards 495. White-Rock is not going to be dropping off as well on the CS, tries to get a shot on the crossing. He doesn't get one on towards Rexar. So Invil Go here with a lot of HP, but positions are not really 100% favoring them. They need White-Rock to start pushing the 3 line now, as you can see, which is what he's doing right now, because once he does, he's able to get crossfire angles on towards these IS-7s. Silent and Neva just trying to trade off against him in the meantime. If White-Rock can get in position, then they can start killing these tanks actually, and I'm surprised Katsai has bounced so many shots so far. You can see there, now White-Rock gets one shot in, Itox is pushed forward towards the rock to try and pressure Recheck. Recheck takes one from Attila, one from Itox as well, and now you can see those IS-7s there slowly starting to die. White-Rock is forced back to, and imagine if he was full HP, he would just be able to trade here.
Yeah, but as it currently stands, he isn't able to do that. Katsai now going down towards Silent here, so that leaves one IS-7 in their pocket. Meanwhile, though, Indil, they are still sitting on 1500 more HP, even though they're down to tanks. But yeah, they really need to get rid of Rexar, sorry, excuse me, and then they can think about what to do next, maybe 2-cap pressure or something, but the problem remains. White-Rock, by losing those 1000 HP at the start, he has, put his team into more trouble than they need to be in. Never, with a good shot onto Rexar, probably pen high roll onto the upper plate.
Think about it though, Keyhand. Look at the positions. I mean, the HP is even, but take a second to look at the positions that are currently in control for the side of Invil Go. I mean, Vervi doesn't need to do this. Vervi should maybe even die for this, but he won't. Neva crossing towards the cap now. But still, yeah, Invil Go is up in HP, but the cap should get started here for the side of Tropical, and they should start it with multiple tanks as well. They need that CS to get into the cap as well, and you can see there's a second tank coming in now as well. Piotrix does not kill Neva, so Neva will be able to go hold on now, and now triple cap.
Yeah.
Now they'll need to use Sokar to basically jump into the cap here, to make a kill on towards, ideally, Neva.
Yeah, I mean, the problem now for the defending side of Invil Go is that Ali on the hill, he's just gonna have free shots in that STB. You can see Sokar, he's not even in reset positions yet, and already down to 1200 HP. Now, finally, he does get into a position to reset. He does get the kill here, but that's only 1 out of 3 tanks reset, and now he's gonna get repeaked by Itox. Never deciding not to commit for that peak here, but yeah, Sokar with another reset shot onto Itox, but in the end, the superior number of tanks.
Attila should go cap now. Attila just needs to go into the cap and they win the game. Finally, Attila is turning. I got a little worried there. Probably somebody screaming on Tim's back, Attila, go cap, Attila, go cap. because they had 2-1, and yes, the timer wasn't enough, but when Attila joins it, it will jump down. I don't know if they have it now. I don't know if they I think they barely have it. It's 1 second after 100, so it hits 100, and then it needs to hit an exclamation mark. If they lose it, it's because Attila did not turn to the captain.
Yeah, we see it. So here now, capturing base. It says capturing base still at the top.
No, but it doesn't show the exclamation mark in the OBS.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see.
So basically how it works, even in game, is so you have the bar, it goes to 100, and then it's like a little exclamation mark or whatever, and then it's fully capped. So it's 100 and like an extra second or whatever. So if it's like even, then it isn't, but it was slightly ahead, but I don't know if it's enough. And basically Attila was too slow. I mean, he should just turn to the cap straight. You know, he started driving a little bit towards their base. If he just turns immediately, then it's completely fine.
Okay, so now we see the damage numbers done.
We would need to see the personal score first to see which one of the two teams won.
Yeah, so basically, I think I was in the inbuilt team, and it says...
Battle time expired. That means that Tropical lost.
Oh, good lord. Oh, they're not going to be happy with that one. Okay, so I guess Tropical losing here with...
Easy Kolobanovs or Panzer Fury, man. The one they all want.
Yeah, the one that everyone wants. I guess he graduated from the School of Extraordinary Tankers, and now he even gets his honors badge with that one. Yeah, I guess Attila is not going to be happy with himself. I mean, what can you say? Same thing as with White Rock. You hate to see it.
He definitely missed out on like 2 seconds by not driving straight. Easily 2 seconds.
Yep. Well, I guess score is 1-1.
Undeserved. Undeserved. Tropical deserved to win this round, to be honest. If we're realistic about this, they had the positions, they had the angles. Yes, we can fault them for being a little slow on the execution. Of course we can. But they took all the angles, they took all the positions, and normally they should just win the game there.
They should, but they didn't. I mean, if you have favorable positions, then you still need to take care to actually use them in your favor and execute properly. And that was...
Well, I mean, Invil had 1 tank left, he had, so... And they had like 6.
Yeah, I guess rookie mistakes here for not driving into the cap if you're too damage hungry. Anyway, that was Mines, both of the games getting won by the defender here. Now we're hopping on to Muro, and that is Tropical's pick. That is a map we saw already today once. And with both of their lineups, do you think they're going to go for the T100 option or not? What's your guess?
I don't think Tropical will, because they don't really have a pure light player right now. I think they don't have somebody like Pano, or I don't know who comes to mind that could realistically play that T100. Go Maito, because they have Catside that can realistically play it, but they are also usually inclined to more of a fight. I don't think we'll see a T100 here.
All right. Let's see. As the score is 1-1, and let me remind you, it's obviously best of 7, so nothing here really lost for both of those teams, but it feels like a huge lost opportunity here for the team of Tropical, to be honest. Not picking the round up like that is actually very, very annoying and can be a mental factor in the games moving forward. We'll see if that affects them in any way. That being said, I think we can take a look at the lineups here. Tropical coming in on their defense.
I said we won't see a T100. It's 2 T100s. That's amazing.
I guess just both teams outminding us both here. Tropical coming in with triple 113, 1 IS-7, 1 S-Conk, 1 Leo, and 1 T100. Meanwhile, Indel Go, 1 IS-4, double 277, double S-Conk, 1 Batchat, and also the T100.
Yeah, both these lineups here capable of still fighting, while yet having those offside tanks for Crossfire, aka Leo, aka Bat, for Invil Go and Tropical respectively. 113 and Escon covering 1-2 line. T100 already starting to clear 7 line. He wants to go aggressive there early. If he goes aggressive early, he's able to spot if something is crossing, like we saw post-row do. That gives you a little bit of info. Actually, nice shot there on towards Panzer Fury. Nice, interesting crossing though from Attila and Ali there under the hill. Not something we see very often. I mean, driving like not really like driving like this and coming under. not really common to see this, but it actually worked out. I mean, they took some shots, but they've established a decent amount of control here already.
Yeah, they took a lot of map control away from InVilGo with this move here, and yes, they did sacrifice some HP for that, but this much map control actually is pretty cheap for the amount of shots they took. I believe it was 3. And they also have Itox in the one line that will be able to sort of give crossfire if any of the tanks that are basically sitting on the 3 lines decide to overpeak. Now we see Sokar getting pushed up in his IS-4 to sort of provide crossfire on the 1 cap. He doesn't even get spotted for it. So he would come as a nasty surprise should Artiquel and Ali decide to commit onto the 1 cap, but I think so far...
The goal is right now just to establish all of these angles. There's this angle, they want to establish this angle, and then they want to establish this angle so you can see that the June just gets completely crossfired, right? But for that, they also need to clear the T100 away from his position though. But they will start putting the pain on the tanks that are playing the position here. And normally you don't really take under like this for free, but when you do, you just have to control this. And usually at some point, if you find the T100, they're forced to make a repush, which never really ends up well. Katsai here, very close to Vuri, 110 meters is yet
he has
still enough.
Exhaust, so he should be fine.
I mean, he's basically going to be proxy spotted. That's the only way.
Yeah, I don't see that happening quite yet. Obviously, Tropical can try to sort of push in silent here to proxy the T100. That will be, I guess, some sort of last resort option here. At the moment, Verbi obviously taking fire by the team of InVilGo, but nothing really penetrating because he's going to be peeking on turret. And we all know how strong the IS-7 turret is. I think moving forward, Ali and Ati, they both should try to play the getting spotted game and then sort of start guessing where...
Look what InVilGo is doing right now.
Oh, well.
They're realizing that they might lose their T100 at some point, and they're not going to wait for it.
They are proactively doing something, even though, keep in mind, the cap has started, and Ali now spotting the rotation even by the Batchat. That is pretty huge. He does get his shot off, but I think Itox is going to be in a bit of trouble, as there's 2 tanks advancing on him. And now Rishek, Never, and Rexar, together with Panzfury, they are going to try to take out the 113s. Ali trying to run for his life here. Artiquel having this house to hide behind, and now the full repush is going on everywhere by InVilGo.
It's a little bit late for Attila to start trying running though, but he does make it to some sort of a house that he's going to stop behind for now, but Never and Rexar are just going to chase him down. They do kill Sokar in his IS-4, but Piotrix in return is looking to pick up Itox, but he doesn't. 33 seconds, he's completely on reload. This is great for Tropical. Realistically now, Piotrix is going to die. Ali, with the great rotation, running away from the position, pressuring the Escom. Ketsai is spotted out in the meantime in his T100 as well. Ali, they're not connecting onto his Panzer Fury though, will make it disastrous for him, and the cap is still on now. Ketsai actually getting D-spot on that T100, a big nuisance in his side. Neva in the Leo actually goes down, which is surprising. I don't know how the Leo actually dies here.
Yeah, Ali not connecting his shot here onto Rexar, now needs to try and run. He does not take a shot of damage by the 277. However, the T100 and the S-Kong both able to penetrate here onto the 113. Panzfury bouncing one shot by the T100 himself, and that is Ali going down, making it 4 tanks for the attackers of Tropical. And it is still 5 here for InVilGo.
How?
I don't know. I'm just saying what I see here. I'm just saying what I see.
Where is the Leo dead?
Good question.
How exactly is the Leo 1 dead in this?
I
mean, Attila and Ali dying is understandable, right? Those 113s were the ones up front. And Ali even did more than he probably should have. But how is the Leo dead?
I guess he was sent somewhere and then all of a sudden got spotted and instantly... I mean, we can take a look later on if he maybe got Amaraked or something. But yeah, I agree with you completely. The Leo should never be dead in this scenario, except for some completely unlucky RNG. And now Tropical, they're still sitting on more HP, but to be honest, the positions, InVilGo, they still have the T100.
They don't have the tanks anymore to cover the angles that they need. Like, they need the T100 to cap, but they have nobody to spot the K-line.
There we go. I guess he got spotted out and deleted, the Leo.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Like, if the Leo is alive here, it's game over.
Yeah. But he isn't, and the turret is still on top of the tank, so it wasn't an Amarak either. I guess misplay by Never, probably.
Probably, yeah. Being in a position where he couldn't run away anymore, and all the Invilgo tanks turning and hitting him, perhaps, is a possibility here, but the Leo should be alive. I mean, losing Ali and Attila is normal, right? Verby now has to push Never and kill him. 509 doesn't get the roll, but realistically you would say that he's a two-shot either way, right? Never in that 277. He'll do one more. Normally, he will connect another shot. He does now. Verby dropped to 969. He does get picked up in return by Verby, so now it's 4v4. The HP is indeed very close. Silent is starting to creep up the K line, and White Rock is actually moving towards the Cap circle here on the south and makes Rishek a one-shot. Good stuff there from White Rock. Gotta say, man. Good shot on towards Rishek. Rishek realistically shouldn't have given White Rock the opportunity to make him a one-shot. But it is what it is now. However, the issue is yet again that there's no... they can't single cap the game here. It's not possible. Oh, Rishek...
I mean,
narrowly surviving.
Yeah, Rishek playing with a bit of fire here, but to be honest, the biggest problem for Tropical is, as you mentioned, the time. The T100 is advancing for the side of Tropical right now. We see basically what the team in blue, what Tropical sees here currently. Now finally we see the T100 again, and that is a big pickup by Silent here. That is Ketsai, I think, allowing Silent to take too much map control here, as there is probably shots going on left, right and center in between the heavy tanks, but the Super Conk obviously...
Does Rexar have the reload? No! Itox actually comes in and saves Rexar as well. Adrenaline rush and no connection from Panzer Fury on towards White Rock on 54 HP. And Tropical here might still be able to do it. Silent in a 1v1 against Ketsai down towards 407. Normally Silent should be able to win this. He cannot let Ketsai escape. 20 seconds now. Ketsai down to the one-shot. Silent is still a two-shot normally for that T100. If he connects it here, if he doesn't fluff the shot, he doesn't. He picks it up. Ketsai down. Panzer Fury now getting pushed by Verby and Tropical after everything in this round, yet somehow edging their way to a victory. And Kihan, I gotta say it, man. Tropical deserved to win round 1. Deserved to win round 2 and deserved to win round 3. It should be 3-0 at this point. Invilgo had no claim on any of these rounds so far.
I'm a bit speechless, but then again...
It was good stuff by the T100 though. On the K-line, Ketsai took a lot of damage, so he was forced back. And he started getting angles on the guys on the back, behind the cap, right? So he was starting to farm there. I mean, 2.4k damage on the T100 is
huge.
for Ketsai also really good. But Silent is coming in with 2.1. And with White Rock, man, 6.4k damage in his Esco.
I think that's the
6.4.
That is the most that we've seen so far. I mean, yeah, obviously he will have some blind shots, some bounces as well, but 6.4 indeed. I guess him just putting the team on his back and carrying them to win this round.
He wouldn't have to do it if the Leo stays alive. I don't want to hammer on Neva, but the Leo is a tank in this scenario that if he doesn't get pressured, if he doesn't get pushed, has no reason to die. Like if they pushed him, sure. He dies, right? It's understandable. But in this kind of game, this kind of scenario, the Leo has to be alive. Also, one more thing. Ali made a rotation towards the south to pressure Panzer Fury in his Eskong. And Attila was kind of... There's maybe a little bit of communication lacking there because Ali ran away and Attila was like, where do I go now? Like, what am I supposed to go with my 113? So in his scenario, in that 113, you either go straight to Ali when you see this repush come out, right? When you
and they saw it
driving into the road.
Like I talked about spotting.
So he either goes to Ali and they both go pressure the sound towards Panzer Fury, which would have been potentially amazing because they would be able to push the Escom, or he runs back away towards the church as soon as he sees them because he makes that on time as well, right? To go behind the church. Those are his two options. But I think he was kind of confused or wasn't sure where Ali was going to go, whether to go to Ali or towards the church or somewhere else. So he got kind of trapped in no man's land and pushed on by the Invilgo tanks. He went behind some building, but they were going to go for that.
And I think that was also the situation where the Leo 1 basically got caught out. I think the problem there was that basically the tanks that were pushing onto the 113s got too close, and then the Leo probably carelessly firing without a double bush. And then as soon as the Leo gets spotted, obviously everyone on TeamSpeak will scream like, Leo, 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 we need to kill
the Leo could have sat under June in the forest as well, Kihan. He would have gotten the same amount of shots potentially, or fallen back towards it. Like in this game, it's like not like we're like wanting to hammer on Neva, but in this case, it's really important that you survive there. There's no reason to die. And if there's no reason to die, you should definitely be alive.
But yeah, I guess White Rock with that 6.4k damage, rectifying the mistake he made on Mines earlier today, where he dropped off and lost a lot of HP for that. Now we are left with Tropical defending here. Score is currently 2-1 for the side of Tropical, and they are doing so with 1-1-13, 1 IS-7, double S-Conk, double Batchat, and a T100 LT.
Yeah, and for Invil Go, we have the double Kran, the I7, the S-Kong, the double Bat, and also a T100. So both the teams in favor of playing with that T100, actually.
And ooh, that is a lot of clip potential here for the side of Invil Go, to be honest. You don't want to get caught out here if you're Tropical. You want to have prolonged engagements where the Clippers don't really get to make their shots count. But yeah, first of all, Invil Go here driving towards the forest, the T100. Ketsai very, very aggressive. Does spot out Vervi immediately. I don't think they can punish him really for that cross. But yeah, they do know and they do see that one of the IS-7s is there. It's a bit of a bait though, because no one is getting sent to K9 as of yet by the defending team.
Yeah, no, but there is Vervi there though, with double Bat behind, so if Invil Go decides to push him, I think those Bats are just there to clip and trade as well as possible on towards the push from Invil Go, but can those Bats really sustain sitting there? But the T100 from Silent got a lot of info though on 1-2 line. He knows there's only an S-Conk at A3. And here comes the push though from Invil Go.
Yeah, in comes the pain train, and I don't think there is going to be any breaks on that one as of yet. The crucial factor is going to be, is Ketsai able to spot out the Batchats in the back trying to empty their clips? We do see double Kranwagen and the IS-7 getting sent up. Finally, the IS-7 does get spotted there. We see the second Kranwagen. Ketsai also in the T100 driving over the open, not spotted as of yet. That is crucial here, because the Batchats will not know that someone's sitting there. Finally, they do get spotted. Vervi not taking a lot of damage quite yet, but the problem is the Batchats in the back, they're spotted, they're taking a lot of damage. White Rock down to 13 HP here, does make it to safety, but barely.
Barely, and Kittikwell is not going to do much better actually in his bat, down towards 875. If White Rock can survive here, no he cannot. Ketsai picks it up in that T100, and this push here, this trade did not work out for Tropical. Those bats getting spotted out, and you can see there a really good thing. Rexar and Piotrix did not commit in. Like, Rexar and Piotrix did not actually push with their team, they just were chilling behind kinda, and when the push happened, Ketsai went forward, he spotted the bats as soon as they shot, and then bam! Immediately -2 bat shot, basically.
Yeah, I think as soon as the heavy tanks that are pushing on the 8 line start calling that someone actually made it to K9, then the Batchats continue on and clip out the guy in the corner, but as that didn't happen, they could just focus on the Batchats that were trying to clip on the heavy tanks, and good read here by Invil Go, perfect execution almost, I would say, and Tropical... Yeah, they still have a lot of tanks, they still have a lot of HP, but I think the positional advantage, it's just swung hugely in favor of the attackers.
The only thing I would say that Tropical has going for them right now is that Invil Go does not control the 4 line. So they don't have a tank that is actually currently pushed up on the 4 line. Under. What they do have for Invil Go though is the T100 in a very, very deep bush. Now, why is the T100 not capping? Well, because he can spot everything from here. He can spot the whole repush, and they still have 4 minutes and 30 seconds. They also know that Silent is not in one of those bushes, so he could go forward for free. And now, Tropical is with an issue, because Ketsai is going to outspot Silent on a very long distance.
Yeah, and the thing is, even if Tropical suicide someone in to get spots on the cap, then the Invil Batchat, Rexar, he can just drive out of the cap. And yeah, the guy suicided for spotting him. He's not going to be alive anymore. And Rexar, with 4 minutes 10 seconds on the clock, he can just drive out, rinse, repeat, just go back in, force the next tank to suicide. And at one point, Invil Go can just go over push. You can even see Piotrix now coming with the second Batchat to make even more cap pressure. And I think Never, yeah, he's trying to blind shot here, but obviously the cap is not very, very small. So there's a lot of ground to be blind shot, and he's not connecting any currently.
Yeah, but look how far away. Silent is already spotted in his T100. I think he realizes now that it's Ketsai, and his T100 takes one from Sokar, takes one more from Rishek, takes his second one from Rishek. He does spot Ketsai out in the open, and Ketsai will take some damage, but barely enough to say that it's worthwhile. Rexar takes two in his bad shot driving away, but it's T100 down for the side of Tropical. And now, what will happen simply is another base capture here for the side of Invalgo, and this time with 3 tanks.
Yeah, and what has Tropical left to spot the cap with? They have one fast tank left, that is the Batchat, but I think he should get spotted very, very early, if he even tries to go for it, but he's currently rotating north, so the tank that is supposed to provide the spots onto the cap, I believe, is going to be the 113 that we currently see in F5. But 20 seconds left, no one spotted yet. Artiquel getting sent in from the north towards the cap, but in the end, that is just another tank that's gonna go for free, and then the cap starts again, realistically speaking.
I don't even know if Attila makes it at this point. He has 6 seconds left.
Oh, that was a blind shot that connected.
He does spot out the T100, but if the T100 dies here, this could be already huge. Attila is now trying to back off because he knows that he got the spot that was needed, because you can see he's taking damage for this. He doesn't want to die. He does actually get back into some relative safety, but safety is only for a moment, as now Piotrix is pushing in with his bat, wanting to pick up this 113, and then they yet again have enough time to actually cap, as Piotrix is now down towards a one-shot. He gets his building destroyed in front of him, and Neva with the high roll actually picks him up. Good coordination there, though. Gotta say, good coordination between those two, but look at it, again. Now, once more, the cap will get started.
Yeah, I mean,
again.
Rinse repeat, right? Yes, one of the Batchats, so one of the tanks that can cap, died, but they still have the T100 and the Batchat left, and you can see 46 seconds here on the clock, and still 2 minutes remaining. So now, coming in, the big rotation by the Batchat, but I believe the attacking team, they still had some tanks in the forest. Actually, no, the Kranbangs are getting sent through the middle here. And yeah, the Batchat will need to make the spots, but he's gonna get mapped by 2 tanks.
He might actually sneak by with his bat though, because of the crowns moving up. He might just about be able to dodge the spot here, but then who is gonna have to survive? Neva is now driving down, trying to get the decap, but he will actually barely survive on a one-shot. Ali is down towards the one-shot as well, and now Attila spots it. He picks up one, Kitty spots one, picks that one up as well. Now kills the second one together with the S-Quick from behind, and Tropical actually...
That was a low roll by the IS-7.
He's gonna live. He's gonna live in his bad shot here. I mean, Risha can't kill Ali and Neva anyways. He doesn't have enough HP. And Invalgo is gonna lose this round because the Crowns are pushing forward to try and stop the decap.
And there is 3 tanks still alive for the side of Tropical on a grand total of 310 HP. But it's gonna be enough here. Soka with the IS-7. Left to wonder where it all went wrong, really. He is not a one-shot for any of the tanks currently, so yeah, he's just trying to drive forward and make some more kills, but he's never going to be able to pick up all the tanks. Ali running away towards the hills, the Batchat, Kitty also running away, and yeah, Neva is going to be like, alright, you picked me up, I don't really care about that one, as Sokar has 18 more seconds left to wander around aimlessly, and probably curse his luck here, as Tropical wins a highly illegal round.
Yeah, okay, like you can say, you know, it's a little bit of a, what do you call it, karma? Yeah, it's karma, because, to be honest, mine should have been lost by the side of Invalgo, so Tropical's really just putting down the scoreline which deserves to be here. I mean, yeah, Invalgo definitely deserves to win this game, for sure.
And think about it, if Tropical actually don't blunder the Mines game, then we would be...
Nah, because you can't say that they deserve to win this game.
Yeah, true.
You can't say that they have claims on this round, because Invalgo was far ahead, and Invalgo tried to stop the crowns. The double crown was supposed to stop the Eskungs from pushing back in and spotting, but doing that, Rishek never actually gave Kitty the perfect opening. He had the perfect opening to actually survive. There's a little bit of a small luck there that you have to think about. For example, Rexar went behind a building that was destructible, right?
Yeah.
One of the Eskungs shot the building. The other guy shot Rexar. Rexar was 428 HP. Unless Neva was shooting HE, which is unlikely in that scenario, that slight high roll makes it so Invil has one less tank alive, right? It's not a big high roll. right? It's not a big high roll. And then again, there's a good coordination as well. When Kitty came onto the camp, he killed the T100. Then he gave a shot to the bat, and one of the Eskungs gave a shot to the bat as well. Because otherwise Kitty would lose that 1v1. But one of the Eskungs actually helped him, and that's why he's survived. And then a slight low roll from the IS-7. But I don't think that Rishik and the IS-7, even if Kitty died, that they would be able to win the game off of that anyways. So Tropical already won at that point. But I would say this is the third scoreline for Tropical, all in all. I would really say that they have done extremely well. They have done some interesting stuff here. This one was the worst of the things that they've tried so far. And we could see the result of it as well, to be honest.
I mean,
to
be honest, them taking this round here feels like a daylight robbery to me. But yeah, as we say, the scoreline absolutely reflects what happened so far. And we see Mines and Moravanka as the maps now being done. We hop over into yet another map we saw already today, Himmelsdorf. And this is going to be 2 match points for the side of Tropical.
Yeah, 2 match points. Like I said, man, I'm gonna be honest. I did say, well, you didn't hear it when I said it, but I told it to you after. I don't think that it's fair for community predictions to be totally in favor of the side of Invalgo. They have not really performed as we expect them to in the last tournament, right? I think that's fair to say. And they have not shown us either yet this tournament.
Yeah, this tournament also you have to keep in mind.
And you have to always remember that Tropical is not a bad team. These players have a lot of experience with those formats, smaller formats, daily tournaments, weekly tournaments, even with 7v7 itself as well, because I think they was it second? Were they second? I think they were second, right? In one of the Wot7s. So like you can't just count them out. So like 90% is not really fair.
All right, now Invilgo defending on Himmelsdorf, and they're going to do so with double 113, double IS-4, double 277, and a Batchat, so a very, very aggressive lineup. Tropical, on the other hand, coming in with double B, double E100, one IS-4, one CS, and an E3.
That E3 there, we saw that before. For a side of camping plots, but then Invalgo has those IS4s that the Polish teams seem to like, double 113, double 277, and a BAL very aggressive.
And yeah, we see the teams now, at least the defending team here, splitting up, sending a lot of tanks towards the 8 line. And yeah, some in the D line obviously to spot the 4 line here to see what happens. They're not going to really spot a lot except the CS63. Who is on the hill, took 1 shot of damage. Yeah, that is obviously also info gained for the side of Tropical. We'll see how that one pans out.
And you can see here, Invalgo and Pozro have a similar style in a way, right? They established the D5, 277, they established the 8 line, they established D3 to try and get those angles, those spots on the approaches, the 8 line, the K line, into check, but you can see that Tropical is doing exactly what Camping Plots did, but with a heavier lineup. They are just going over the hill, and this is a hard thing for Invalgo to play against this lineup. Ketsai is barely dodging there, the E3, by the way. That's some lucky timing. I mean, maybe he knows exactly when the E3 could arrive, but you know, he makes it to a really strong position barely, like barely. That could have been really bad for them.
And the thing is, if he goes there immediately, then he doesn't run any risk. Obviously, you want to have guns in place for initial engagements, so that's why he didn't go there immediately. But yeah, now in comes the 0 line cross here by the majority of the team of Tropical. No one getting spotted for this. Yeah, there was no one to spot them. So there we go. And Ketsai now in a position that we didn't see so far. He's in this sort of A5 pocket. That is very, very difficult to dig out of if you don't have the control coming in from the 5 line as the attacker. And we see there's a lot of tanks by Invalgo set up to defend that. And yeah, this is all in here by Tropical onto cap number 2. There is nothing really possibly that can go on cap number 1. And Invalgo seems to have read the attack by Tropical very, very well.
Yeah, this is just a question how they're going to approach this now. And you can see also in the 8 line, they're very far back. They're not opening themselves up to a potential push for Tropical, but Tropical is going to try it either way. They're going to take those tanks and potentially plow back into the 8 line. Well, they're doing exactly this actually, as now Verby and Kitty leading the charge with the double 50B from behind as well. Panzer Fury on the run, on the move. How much damage does he take for this? 949 is actually a cheap trade, actually, in this regard. But now, look at the Invil Go rotation. Never coming in. Piotrik's coming in as well. They're starting to surround. Rexar is actually somehow perma-tracked in a bad position and he dies for this?
That was not the play by Rexar.
He must have been perma-tracked.
Yeah, I guess he was perma-tracked by the 50Bs, and basically they probably had the shots where they then go from below into the hull, and sort of you can track and do damage at the same time. Sokar now coming in with some slight damage back here into the 8 line. Very good position by him, but we are left to wonder, what did the 113 do? Like, that was...
Oh my god, color! I can see again. I thought I was colorblind for a second. Unbelievable.
I guess the game director has returned from Mexico, but here we go into the 7 line. Comes the repush by the team of Invil Go. Rishek leading the charge here onto Kittiquel, who is going to take the brunt of the damage of 4 tanks pushing onto him. Down to 1300 HP, down to 940. The engine even damaged, and Rishek trying to push around. Verby, obviously, from the back, trying to DPM with his E100, but that is just so many more tanks here in the game, so many more guns in the game currently by Invil Go.
And now you can see that a Ketsai in return is actually getting pushed on the north side by the double 50B and the IS-4, and this leaves all of these Invil Go tanks actually stuck in this little lane. There is 5 Invil Go tanks here next to each other, Kihan. They are all sitting and staring at one another. They can't even kill Fury in his E100 right now, as Fury is apparently a god from the Netherlands who is unpenetratable. As 10 seconds remain here, Tropical is getting what they deserve. They're getting a 4-1 victory over Invil Go, who yet again is kind of disappointing, man. They really had no chance in this game.
Yeah, Cap going through here, and Invil Go, the team that made it to spot number 3 in the last tournament, now getting eliminated, and I want to elaborate on that a little further. Actually, this time, because they didn't auto-qualify for getting 3rd, they failed to qualify in the first qualifier, losing to a team of Invil. But the second eye there was a 1, actually. So that seems to be the state of the Invil Go team currently, but not to take away anything from what we just saw by Tropical. Very, very good stuff. Very nice to watch. Some illegal rounds for both sides. But yeah, in the end, a team with a big name here being eliminated very, very early.
Yeah, and all of us being wrong in predicting in favor of Invil Go. And yeah, well, Tropical coming in strong, man. Very still doing their 4K. And like, honestly though, this game, right, this battle, you can't really blame a player for losing, but a full HP 113 that re-peaks to get double tracked.
Yeah, I don't know.
In a game like this, it's a 6v7. If Rexar is alive there, they need to go all the way to kill him, by the way. Like, they have to go all the way.
By the way, you can see here the assistance on the E100 of Kitty. That was basically the double track coming out, I guess. Yeah, just good stuff here by Tropical. And then you see Verby here bouncing 2.8k. The E100 proving to be an all but impregnable fortress here. And you said it already. Tropical taking the deserved. And it's very weird to say that, considering the expectations we had before the game, but taking a deserved 4-1 over Invil Go. They are going to be the second team here to make it into the semi-finals, and I think they're going to meet Posdraw tomorrow. But after those very, very interesting rounds, I believe we can head over to our beautiful analysts to see what they say about the show we just watched.
Well, yes, thanks a lot, Keyhand and Daki. Magic, I'm just speechless. What just happened for the Polish team?
It's an upset. I think Tropical played without pressure, as they had a lot of disagreements and they haven't trained. But it looks like from the knowledge base from the last Wot7s seems to work. And they did really well. I mean, out of the 5 games, they won 4. That's a decisive victory. You can say whatever you want to. I think even the one that they lost, they could have won. So this is very decisive for the side of Tropical, and I'm really happy that they did so well.
I mean, I think you're totally right about that. It's not just Invilgo playing bad; it's actually Tropical performing. Wow, that's a 4-1 victory, but that could even be a 4-0. Like we saw that Mines round, how close it was, like a matter of a second for the cap. That was pretty impressive from side of Tropical. We didn't expect them here, and since the format is different and we have a single elimination bracket, Invilgo is out. One of the favorites in the tournament. You remember the community votes? 93% in their favor, and Tropical just taking a huge victory there.
A huge upset, and you can't say it's not deserved. Like in all the games, you could see a plan from the side of Tropical. Nice ideas, for example, the one on Murovanka, but we will talk about that later. And here you can see already the first round of Tropical going towards the hill, 3 CS against 2 CS. Invil is forced to do something because the numbers advantage is with Tropical on the hill. They are forced to do something.
Exactly as you mentioned, Tropical having the superior amount of tanks on the hill, so they're forcing Invil into integration on the mid, and they have those E5s with huge DPM to punish them, and that's how actually they saw this close. Like if you look at the HPs, but they were winning the hill, they have the crossfire angles with the E5 utilizing the DPM, and that IS4 at mid IS4 slow joining the mid, and Invilgo, they had like what? Few possibilities over pushing the mid, taking the hill. It was a bit sloppy from their side, and a good counter from Tropical, right?
It was a good counter from Tropical. They took all CSs towards the hill, and afterwards they just take the middle over push that is presented to them. Invilgo having all the remaining tanks close that are not on the hill. But even without that, I mean, Sokar has the majority of HP on his team remaining here, half the HP of the full team basically. Invilgo has no chance when the repush on the hill comes in from Tropical. They just don't have the guns, they don't have the HP anymore.
That was great to mention. Tropical, smart, focus fire there, ignoring the IS4 and leaving him on full HP. And next up, we had Invil on the defense. Oh wow, that was actually pretty interesting to mention. White Truck dropping here from the hill and taking a lot of HP loss, but that push from Tropical almost unpunished from the side of Invil, right?
Invil was very much set up to counter the IS4 pressure towards the base 1. You can see the G8 IS4 as well, so they were concentrating their tanks on countering that play. But Tropical actually came in with the island push, and it worked out well. As you said, it wasn't really punished, and Murovanka already.
Yeah, well, it was a very close round and almost a win from the side of Tropical, just a matter of a second. And next we had Murovanka. This time, Tropical on the attack, Invil on the defense. They were just going for that base 2, utilizing the Tihunda, having the Leo also to probably snipe. But you could see Invil, they didn't want to give any time for Tropical to start blind shotting these bushes and possibly kill Ketsai. Straight reactions and the push over the 1, 2, 3 lines.
The Tropical IS 113s were reacting really well to it. Here we can already see the end game of that game though. The T100 here making crucial plays to shoot the F2 tanks in the back, damaging them, as well as allowing the rest of the team to push up towards Pansfuri later on. I think the key to winning this round, coming back to the round, is silence play here on the T100.
Yeah, definitely that was a good play with this light getting all the angles. But next up, we had a pretty good tactic from the side of Invilgo, surprising Tropical and utilizing Ketsai and his Tihunda to spot the Batchat sniping in the back. So that was like pretty free for them to take that advantage, just pushing those Batchats back, making damage on them, and then Berry was just free to pick. But I think there's a bit of an issue from the side of Invil to commit 6 tanks on that side of the map and have Pansfuri completely on his own on A3.
Indeed, because Pansfuri went down in return, and although they picked up Vervi and caused damage to the Batchats, in the end it didn't work out. Here we can see Silent having to try to go in for the resets, for the spots that are needed for the resets. He spots out Ketsai and the 2 Batchats, which again buys time for the side of Tropical. Then Tropical will send in Attila's 113, if I remember correctly. We won't see that one, but what we see is Pussyquel on the Batchat coming in and saving the day for Tropical.
Wow, that was crazy. Look at the amount of damage Tropical is capable to do with only 3-4 tanks left alive. And that low roll from IS7, so key. Next up, you have Rishak that will drop, and Sokar left alone. And there we can say that the 8 minutes are basically saving the day for Tropical, because they were pressing themselves to actually force a cap, and those kind of suicidal moves actually worked out for the side of Tropical to put the decrease.
Here we see the Himmelsdorf push from Tropical. Tropical opting to go in for, towards the 8 line because they spotted out Cat's Eyes IS4 going towards A5. And as you can see, quite shortly, Rexar actually overpicking, getting double tracked and getting deleted, essentially making the game a 6-on-7.
We were kind of wrong. It was pretty unfortunate because it was when he was moving back to get the hold on. So extremely good shooting from the side of Tropical, not giving him a chance, double tracking him on the corner. And the repush from Invil is coming, but look at the HP in favor of Tropical and the good reactions. They're using those meaty Ihundas to actually take all the damage, and in return they are clearing the cap, killing Ketsai in his IS4. And Invil is not done yet, killing Butical and Vervi that actually was left alive for so long that you already have the triple cap pressure and Tropical impressive performance against Invilgo.
Indeed impressive, Vervi tanking damage like a rockstar, and Tropical winning 4-1 against Invilgo. Definitely unexpected, but well deserved, I have to say.
I completely agree with that. We had to give more credit to those boys. They actually played extremely well. We also have to say that we almost never saw Invilgo play that badly, especially in 7v7 tournaments, which is the format they actually are pretty good at, usually.
I mean, it seems like the Poles are good at everything these days, right? 15v15, 7-on-7, you name it, they are good at it. But here you don't see a fully Polish semi-final on the upper part of the bracket. You will see the Polish team of Poles DROPBEARS having to go up against the international team of Tropical. What do you think? What will happen tomorrow? Or any predictions?
I mean, after watching how Tropical played, I'm pretty surprised. And I gotta say, let's give them credits, but also they may have prepared one-time tactics, and you may have Polsdro actually watching the replays. You could see that they had pretty good counter plays against the German team. So I think they have to keep surprising us, but they played well as a team, and that's very key. Next up, I hope you're ready for it, because the Polish teams are not all gone. Polsdro is making it, and now it's Goodnight Nomi that is taking their match against the CSA. We have a total of 4 Polish teams, all of them playing one quarterfinal, right?
Indeed. It could have been 4 Polish teams at the top 4, but it's never going to be the case. I think the Goodnight Nomi CSA match is going to be really interesting. You couldn't say that neither of the teams are top contenders for taking it to the finals, but I think both are strong teams that have shown up both in this tournament and earlier that they are a force to count with.
I mean, every time we talk about CSA, we just talk how much they are performing sometimes, and sometimes underperforming. They're not really consistent as a team. Sometimes it's a huge surprise. They reach some finals. They didn't win for a while actually, but that's gonna be pretty interesting to see what the casters have to say about that. Let's jump straight back to the caster desk with Kihen and Daki.
Alright, non-stop action, as I have been informed that the first battle in between Goodnight Nomi and CSA has already started. It's going to be Prokhorovka, and Goodnight Nomi is going to be attacking. They're doing so with a 113, 1 IS7, double Kran, an S-Conk, and double Batchat. Meanwhile, CSA on the other side, IS7, Kran, 277, 1 S-Conk, 1 Batchat, CS, and a T100 by Sigo. And yeah, it seems like the defenders are going towards the eastern side here, sending Sigo very, very aggressively in his T100 to yeah, find out a lot of spots early on. We're going to have to wait and see, because the Batchat is in a very good position here to maybe spot him. Sokol so far not happening. One of the Kranwagens getting spotted in the middle, and CSA, we saw this push here coming out immediately by them in the group stage already, but there the attackers actually went towards the 1 cap heavily. Now we see a lot of the forces by the Polish team of Goodnight Nomi that are in the middle currently, and now the Kranwagens and the 113 are starting to rotate. However, the IS7 here by Jordan and also Sokol in the Batchat, they're both getting spotted by the T100. In turn, Combat in his Batchat also getting lit for the team of CSA, so a lot of information getting traded back and forth, and this is prompting Goodnight Nomi into a reaction. We already see Sokol, Minairos, Elian, both of the Kranwagens getting pulled towards the forest, and this will mean that for CSA, the S-Conk and the Kranbang are going to be out of the game currently. Lukin and Froley will have no say in the outcome of this game, as the tanks in the blue team are actually getting closer and closer towards the defending Czech tanks here on the G line. Crazy War now crossing over towards the water. Doesn't get punished for it, really. Only one shot for 413, and in comes the full force of the push by Goodnight Nomi. Now Sakalito taking the brunt of the damage, down to 900, now sort of hull down. Elian now in turn taking shots here. Sakalito is probably going to try to make a hull down here for the IS-7. Indeed he does. He goes down towards Sokol, but now Crazy War, he's going to be a continuous thorn into the side of Goodnight Nomi. Yeah, here we see him doing another good shot into the Kranwagen. He now takes a lot of damage because there's tanks left and right of him, so Marcel in the S-Kong is going to be able to punish him. He's down to a 2-shot here. Cosmo in the CS also taking damage, and this is starting to look really, really bad here for CSA if they lose Crazy War. So far he's doing a good job of staying alive. For how much longer can he keep it up is the question. For no time anymore. He goes down towards Marcel, and now Froley and Lukin, they got pulled from the other side to finally have a say in the matter of this game, but it might be too little too late, as CSA is trailing in HP now, 800, and trailing in guns, the more important metric currently. They are down 2 of them. Seago taking a nice crossfire position here in the T100. However, he does get spotted for that shot, and that might be huge. So far, the Goodnight Nomi tanks not able to connect any shots on towards Seago.
Going that well here for CSA, and of course will win that CS. You would like to see an IS-7 there, won't you? Not a CS.
Yeah, the CS, I mean, it does have some sort of turret armor, but not a lot. Now we can see Lukin here in his S-Kong has made his way all the way from the one line. Does take some punishment from Marcel in the forest, though. I don't think he will be able to do a second shot onto Manairos here, as Marcel tries to harass him from the side. And we do see 3,000 damage popping up for the Kranwagen. Lukin taking another shot, probably lucky that Marcel bounced here. Spots out Manairos, but I don't think he's going to take that shot.
Yeah, but like Lukin's gonna get flying by Sokol in a second though, as well, and he's a one-shot S-Kong completely by himself, and now you can see all of the CSA tanks actually converging towards there. Well, all on the CSA tank, I mean the 3 that they have left in this game. Sokol does take a huge amount of damage, but Mineros in return is trading on towards Froley, and Froley gets picked up by Mineros as well. And this CSA opening here, it's very aggressive towards the forest, expecting a base number 1 play, but you can see there, the issue is then that the Goodnight Nomi team is just able to take all their tanks and just simply repush 9-0 line.
Now Combat taking, or rather doing one more shot into Sokol was pretty good. Now he needs to get the pickup. He reduces Minaris towards a one-shot, takes one by Sokol in return. Oh, I think he hits the post here, but Combat with a double kill here now. Pulls a reload, tries to get away, but the thing is, Goodnight Nomi, they still have 4,500 HP, but with Combat on reload and the T100 not really having the DPM, I don't really see it happening here for the side of CSA. Yes, Seago with another shot here, but in the end, that should be Goodnight Nomi's round. But we have seen some illegal comebacks today already.
Yeah, but this is more than an illegal comeback that is needed here.
We'll have to see. Base 1 cap does now get started by Kranwagen. By Miku. He's on 1550 HP, so even if he does get spotted, he should be able to take some shots and be fine here. Combat with his Batchat now obviously on the rotation. Double cap gets started, and now Combat gets spotted out by the Kranwagen, takes one shot, retaliates one. Oh, does not.
Ooh, Ricochet.
Ooh,
Ricochet actually there from Twist and towards Combat. Combat trying to get those clutch little shots there onto the Kran, does not connect. He has one more remaining. Ilian is closing as well, who is a 2-shot, and Combat only has 1. Now Seago is going through the forest to try and get the angle on towards the cap. Ilian now coming to the position where Combat and Twist are still duking it out. Does Combat hit this shot here? No! He gets rolled by the Kranwagen as he goes down, and now Seago trying to get towards the cap to reset it, but he will meet Marcel, who also ricochets at T100. This little autobounce angles of those Russian lights are kind of funny from time to time, but the only thing here that matters is that the Goodnight team is going to be picking up the first round here on Morovanka. and that was good from them, the correct reaction to what CSA was bringing against them.
Yeah, and I have to say, CSA, they basically did the same thing now on Muramanka, on their defense, basically. Probably not 2 straight games in a row, but we saw exactly this defense by them getting pulled in the group stage already. So obviously the replays by all the teams are available to each other, so they can see how exactly they reacted towards certain strategies. And I think that was just Goodnight Nomi saying, hey, if you bring the same setup once again, then we're just going to trick you into thinking we're going 1-cap, when in reality, we're just going to trap you and catch you in the forest, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and the damage really split between the players of Goodnight Nomi. I mean, CSA, they put up a fight, but they lost their 2 holding tanks very fast, very soon. That was the 277, that IS-7. They lost them in a very quick fashion when they did push, and I would say that the Goodnight Nomi there, they did something well when they repushed. They didn't push with everything in zero line. They pushed with enough to make sure that they had crossfire angles on the IS-7, on the 277 that drove into the water. And I think there was an opportunity there even for Crazy to go into the water and Sakalito to run away, which probably would have put them in a better position per se than what they had now. They also had only a T100 playing in the water, where they realistically needed like the CS or the BAT or something that could actually clip if the team did push in zero line. But even then, if CSA is so heavily committed to the forest, Goodnight Nomi could still only leave limited tanks there and rotate back towards the other cap. They had basically full control over the game after CSA's initial opening. That's why it's so risky to pressure up on the zero line this aggressive in the beginning. But now map pick and bans, steps being gone for Goodnight Nomi, Tundra then being removed for CSA. That gives us Moro, Cliff with then Ghost Town being removed and into Himmelsdorf, and a potential tiebreaker on Mines. So far today, nobody wanting to play Steps and Tundra.
Indeed. All of the teams not opting for that one, and we're going to directly hop into the next round of Moravanka. Sides are going to be switched, and first of all, here are the caster predictions. I'm holding up the Czech flag here, I have to say. Living in Prague is beautiful, and so I'm going with a...
Also, I get called biased for voting for Kampflats, but when you vote for CSA because you're living in Czech Republic now, that's not bias? That's something else entirely, or what? It's like national pride?
You said it. It's something else entirely. Anyway, CSA now attacking with a 113, 1 IS-7, 2277, 1 S-Conk, 1 Batchet, and Sigo once again in the T100.
Typical Wargaming employee always tries to spin the truth his way. Unbelievable.
I mean, I can just spit straight facts here. We have to mention the Goodnight Nomi lineup, though. It is 1 IS-4, 1 Crown, 1277, 1 S-Conk, 1 PZ, 1 Batchet, and a TVP. Elian here.
The TVP is the most interesting pick here. I think it's one of those niche little picks. I think what Elian's trying to do here is potentially clip one of their heavies crossing, and he might actually be able to achieve that as well. But the building is not destroyed though, which makes it slightly harder. Sakalito here and Froley going straight under, but it does feel like a Goodnight Nomi team is like potentially fully ready for this. Marcel's already in a good position, and if Elian didn't have that destructible building in his way, he'd probably gotten the clip as well by this point. Good start for Goodnight Nomi. Kind of locking these 277s in place, and now Elian comes out with his TVP clip, but he only makes one of it.
Oh, and he takes an HE shot, I believe, by the S-Conk from the back lines for it.
Yeah, I mean, nobody destroying that building, and now the TVP, which was an interesting idea.
Jordan with the flank here. Sakalito immediately down towards 471. I don't think he's going to be able to sustain this kind of pressure. Combat now trying to clip out on the IS-4, but really it's just up onto Jordan here, who does get the pickup. Yes, Elian is Amarak, but he doesn't even repair it yet because he's a clip tank. Now he takes his Amarak back. But yeah, that initial push by CSA just being met with readiness by the Polish team.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, CSA lost one tank, but I gotta say, Goodnight Nomi, they also have this TVP, which is kind of a useless tank later on in the game, IMO. He could have gotten a full clip here in the beginning, and I would have said it's worth it. But now, with this TVP...
Yeah, now sort of...
What do you do with a TVP at this stage of the game, man?
Yeah, I mean, it does have a lot of damage potential really quickly, so you can still surprise enemies. You can also, the T100 is very vulnerable because you have 1280 clip potential. The T100 is below that, so if he does a perfect clip, the T100 is just gone. But in the end, I do agree with you that the TVP, it's a nice gimmick for the start, but now they're not really getting much worth out of it. Speaking about getting worth out of something, Froley is going to be in a heap of trouble here. Jordan, yes, he does take some crossfire by Luke, and
I don't know if he's in that much trouble, to be honest, because there's a severe crossfire here for the side of CSA on towards this. They really want to kill Froley, but if this is going to be worth it, I have my severe doubts about it as well. I mean, yeah, Twist picks up Froley now. He goes down, but the trade for this was not really worth it, IMO.
Yeah, the trade for this was basically a very healthy 277.
They could have done this. They could have done this with Marcel pushing to the church and Jordan and Twist just holding the angle, you know? It would have done exactly the same thing as what they did now.
Yeah, and as such, as it stands currently, the HP have actually swung back in favor of CSA. Seago now taking a slightly more aggressive push, but obviously still nowhere near the cap here, or that he could start capping. Sokol, if he peaks up a bit, he probably even has some spots on towards the upper side of the cap, and now Seago getting spotted for this, has to run.
It's Sokol there, Kihan. You see Sokol is in some forward bush.
Yeah.
Able to spot from there.
Yeah, and CSA, I guess they're gonna take Crazy War and push him up the K line, but he cannot really go much further than, I guess, yeah, the 6 line here. Otherwise, he exposes himself to the VZ, the Kran, and possibly even the TVP. Yes, he can sort of spot up here and eliminate the possibility of Sokol being in some bushes for CSA, but not all of them. And there is just too many to blind shot to reliably exert pressure onto the defenders currently.
Yeah, they don't really have time to blind fire the bushes anymore.
Yep.
It's with 8 minutes. You need to start doing this like very early on, from the beginning of the game, basically, and then yeah.
Yeah, and to be honest, I mean, we have all the information available, but where do you realistically see an opening? Because Marcel, in my opinion, we've seen pushes even by CSA onto that IS-4 that is basically propped up against the church, and we've seen CSA losing the game there because of some unfortunate double fires last tournament and everything. That is just... I think CSA, because of this, is very, very afraid of pushing that IS-4 that is sort of singled out, but then again you have the S-Conk, you have the TVP, you have the VZ that all can retaliate if someone pushes onto him. It is sort of difficult here for CSA currently. Also them being down a tank, and they're not able to really convert that spotting advantage that they have here. Lucan taking another shot for 515, I believe, by Miku probably. And Seago, once again, tries to get into the cap. Yes, he does spot out Elian, so that is good stuff here. Elian taking a shot by Crazy War. Has to use his repair kit once again, but Seago, he's driving into the cap and he's spotted currently. Now finally a push comes in over the 1 line here, but Cosmo taking some damage here from the tanks on the 3 line, and the VZ Miku just able to do his clip here. Cosmo down to 540 now, so this is not looking good for CSA either, who are now trailing 600 HP. Seago and Crazy War now with a push onto Sokol, but Sokol is obviously a bad shot, so he can do good stuff against Seago as he does. 2 shots connecting, now needs to try to get away. Try to get to safety, try not to take one more shot by Crazy War. We'll see how that one works out. Meanwhile, Seago getting picked up by Gursky from the back lines, and the IS-4, that is the anchor in the middle at the church, still holding strong. CSA just dropping another 2 tanks in this situation, and yeah, now trailing in HP, trailing in tanks, or guns, trailing in positions. Combat now trying to search the frontal engagement against an IS-4 that has support. I guess that just says it all, to be honest. It is CSA not finding the openings they need, because that push at the start that we saw with the double 277, where Sakalito at the start of the game basically went out for free, CSA after this just wasn't able to recover properly.
I mean, think about it, Kihan. It's been some really weird Muro from both these teams so far. Like, very interesting and weird Muro. This TVP, I don't think did much for them. For the side of Nomi, then this repush as well. And all in all, I mean, Nomi still deserves to win this game, but it hasn't been very convincing per se still.
And now Combat, once again, he tries to make those frontal engagements against the heavy tank that, just greets those engagements, and now he's even coming because Combat is a one-shot. I think Combat didn't even do another shot of damage here. Does get picked up, and Crazy War, yeah, mate, you're not gonna win that one. 30 seconds left. He does do one more shot of damage onto Gorski, but there is 6 tanks alive still by Goodnight Nomi, and this is just basically Crazy War giving time to, I guess, Froley, who is the 7v7 leader for CSA, to, I guess, prepare for the next map, because Goodnight Nomi's map pick of Muravanka held true, held strong. In the end, 2-0, and I don't think it was ever really anywhere close.
No. I still believe in CSA though, Kihan, you know? But this has been interesting 2 rounds on Muravanka.
Yeah, it was, I mean, the first round, to be honest, you could say was just a tactics counter by Goodnight Nomi, and the only people to blame for that one are CSA for not switching up their tactics. And in the second round, I don't really recall what CSA was doing in the group stage, but again there, it seemed just like Goodnight Nomi was ready for what CSA was doing. The TVP could have even done more damage, I believe, if they destroy that destructible house there.
The TVP looked like it was brought for a purpose, like to clip those heavies going under, and then he couldn't.
Alright, let's take a quick look at the post-game stats here. And yeah, Sakalito, he just got sent there. I mean, 100% pen rate, but in the end, the position he was in was just extremely unfavorable. And from there, it just started, and it never stopped spiraling out of control. And that TVP pick we were talking about, yeah, I guess is the most nice thing you can say about it. Really?
Yeah, no. If it clips the heavy in the beginning and they like instantly killed one of those 277s, you could be like, oh yeah, man, worth it. But in this case, gimmick, that didn't work. And I think if they shot the building in the beginning, then it would have worked. And that's the sad part about it.
I mean, they even had an S-Conk that can just do one HE shot at the start and then still be reloaded in time for any kind of expected cross. Alright, that is a Muravanka done and over with. We are now going to a map which we haven't seen so far, but a map which I'm quite excited about, because to be honest, if you ask me which maps I like to see most in tournaments, Cliff is one of them and Himmelsdorf is the other, and if CSA is able to hang in there, we are going to be able to see both here in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Cliff is a map that a lot of teams don't mind playing still. It's a more common map. It's a surprise we haven't seen it yet so far today, but I'm certain we'll be seeing it more often. I think Steps and Tundra will be the least played maps. I'd be surprised if we even get to see it in more than like 2 rounds in total, or each.
Yeah.
There's still potential for it, though.
I mean, Cliff, most of the time, I guess, is considered a 1-1 map, but then again, you can make it a 2-0 map easily if you read the enemy lineup properly. And interesting lineups we do have. CSA coming in with quadruple 277, then triple CS. Goodnight Nomi, 1 bad chat, 6 CS. Let's book it.
It's very light for the Nomi team.
We saw this in the group stage, actually, where they would split up and then they would collapse with the very fast tanks onto where the enemy had less tanks. So basically, if you split up as CSA, this works against you.
It can work, but they all need to hit their shots, and they all need to be in sync, you know? This lineup only works if all parts of it are moving as one, basically.
Yes. And we do see now the split coming in here from Goodnight Nomi as the defender. They're sending double CS towards middle and 1 batchet towards Donut, and all the 4 other CSs doing that same thing here. Taking some damage by the tanks of CSA, but no one really dropping yet. One of the CSs is going to take a crossfire position, but it's all about those CSs here by CSA that are basically caught out. Froley now getting rammed into the back, is not able to advance any further, and we can see Miku has the crossfire position now. one of the CSs for CSA. Froley already down to a one-shot. Drops down and out of the game, and this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. Seago trying to stay safe here as long as he can, but he cannot, down to 600. Elian is going to collapse from above, and the CSA tanks that are at the donut are just unable to provide their HP, to put them into the game. Finally, Miku, the crossfire, he should go down, and CSA immediately with the repush coming in with the heavy tanks into the middle, but the problem is the guns for CSA. They're just not there anymore. Everything has worked the way that Goodnight Nomi wanted it to be. Basically, CSA, they have tanks left yet, but it's only tanks without DPM, and the positions by Goodnight Nomi that still have all but 2 tanks in the game are just working for them. 2k HP up, in comes the repush. Marcel seems to have reloaded in his batchat. He's gonna get the pickup on Cosmo, and Jordan is gonna pick up combat, and this is just a beautiful reactive round here played by the defenders of Goodnight Nomi. Sakalito, the last guy from the team of CSA, he probably knows already where it all went wrong. The splits that CSA did just worked in the favor of Goodnight Nomi, that probably trained hard to make this reaction, to make this tactic work, and overall just beautiful stuff. You have to say it from the Polish team. CSA unable to get a foot in the door here, just getting annihilated, just getting read like an open book. Good stuff, really. And
This lineup is just zooming, man.
yeah,
It's literally just zooming. It just zooms around the map, and you can see those 277s there with a big issue of not having enough speed. And yeah, I mean, that's interesting to say that the 277 does not have enough speed, but Nomi there with the correct call, man. They just go for those tanks in the middle and overrun them, and then those 277s have to shoot on the move, which is a thing you don't want to do in a 277. And then you have to repush with 277, which is okay, but then by the time you get there, everybody's dead. I mean, everybody. Like, you still have half your team alive, but the rest of them are dead. And it doesn't matter if the CSs are like all half HP, because you're pushing with tanks that have no DPM left.
yeah, exactly. And you're pushing against a team which has probably sustained some losses in the HP department, but they were able to keep all of those tanks in the game. And then your 277s are basically pushing into crossfire positions, into elevated positions, and from there is just no coming back. And yeah, this tactic was already used once in the group stage. It worked beautifully there. It was used again here, and it worked beautifully there. And I think the real problem for teams that are faced with it are basically having to come up with an answer to it. Because, well, you cannot really split up, because then your weaker side gets collapsed. But to be honest, if you just push just one side, then the CSs are going to take all positions from you. So
yeah, and they did that. That's the strength of this lineup, right? It's able to get to one part of the map extremely fast, see what's there, and if needed, relocate to another part of the map. And CSA gave them that opening, right? With those tanks in the middle, they actually gave them a possibility to find an opening or two onto the tanks in the middle. So deservedly, this was the most convincing round so far for
yeah, that was
Nomi.
really, really good. Like the first two.
It's the perfect reaction. It's the perfect reaction. The guy going behind the rock all the way. I don't remember who it was. Miku, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was Miku that basically provided the crossfire.
Going to the rock there to force CSA to have to kill him, and then the rest is focusing around the middle. There's so many different positions you have to clear for CSA. It's extremely annoying.
And the thing is, if you're, concerned about clearing Miku, then at the same time, your 277s or your tanks that are concerned with getting rid of the crossfire, they are not able to help the tanks that got sent towards the middle, up the hill, and those are getting slaughtered in the meantime. So while you're trying to get rid of one crossfire, the entire other side basically dies, and then you're left with a repush that is basically impossible because you don't have the DPM to do it anymore. So yeah, just decisive victory in round number 3, and now Goodnight Nomi is on a match point here. They're gonna have at least 3 more of those against CSA, and CSA now coming in with a Kran, quadruple 277 and double CS. Meanwhile, Goodnight Nomi, double 277 and 5 CS.
Yeah, again, Goodnight Nomi with the 5 CSs, man. They're gonna be facing off against those 4 277s again. Goodnight Nomi. They could even push those 277s, by the way, Kihan, to make them even faster into the middle 1-2, wherever they chose that the 277s needs to do. This lineup is extremely and ridiculously fast onto the middle, onto the 1-2 line. Literally everywhere you could want it, it's going to be there. And against CSA, going to be fighting 1-2 line. And I'm going to tell it now, Goodnight Nomi could have 7 tanks there in the span of 20 seconds from now. They could have all 7 tanks there.
Ooh,
And look at it, look at it. They're already cutting across the open.
Yeah, and both of the CSs here by Goodnight Nomi getting across, not dying here. CSA committing all of the 4-2-7-7s now into a position where you can get easily crossfired already to go down and out of the game.
Did Alien DC perhaps? I'm not sure if he's actually playing the game because he just drove forward and his tank is still yet driving forward. I'm not sure if he's actually there. That could be what CSA needs to get back into this one. But look at this now, down. Alien does look like he's disconnected at this moment in time, not able to participate. But even with a full HP CS, or was a full HP CS, not in the game right now, Goodnight Nomi could still make this work. They could still bring this game in their favor. Now Froli is coming. Now Cosmo is coming as well. Can Goodnight Nomi, can they focus out Sakalito here on time? Marcel is going to be driving past Sakalito. I think he wants to drive into combat even, but he gets Amarak. He takes all this damage to even get to the position. Now he's going to be facing off against combat. He is going to be training out combat. Somehow manages to miss the shot here. Now combat is having to face off against Gursky instead in a full HP 277. Combat in a strong position there. It does look like Elin has now gotten back into the game at just the right amount of time left, as he really needed to be back here for his team. He picks up Froli. Cosmo should be the next one, and even CSA here, even with this advantage of an extra tank he had, of Alien being disconnected, they're still gonna lose this round.
Yeah, indeed. It's just 2 full HP tanks still remaining here for Goodnight Nomi with 4.7 HP, and the thing is, one of them is a CS, and he is, just gonna eat away at Cosmo. No, I guess the 277 gonna be sent to pick up the CS, and now Sokol already starting to DPM onto combat. And I have to agree, it's just crazy to think that in the crucial phase of a game, one of the teams can have a DC and still not lose the shootout. That is just, I guess, a difference, not even in skill, it's just a difference in the tactics, just completely countering what the other team is doing.
This CSA is it was the same split, by the way. It was the same split, man. I mean, different tanks, but how many tanks did CSA have in the middle on the first game? 2.
Yeah, the Kramwagen, I mean, didn't even commit towards the middle, but yes, it was two middle and 5 lower side. And
this round?
Yeah,
2 middle,
same thing
5
again.
lower, and they send the CS to the rock, which, by the way, sending CS to the rock from north against south, you always lose, by the way. You never win the rock from north unless you have a superior number or you do it delayed. So that was -1 tank. So even with Alien DCing, CSA was already down 1.
Yeah, and here we can see the battle results, and we do see Sigo, who was the CS who got sent over. He was able to do exactly 1 shot of damage. Lukin as well, not really able to show up. And the thing is, it was just Goodnight Nomi as a team, just looking so much more cohesive. Even Elian, that did time out, he came back just in time to get 1 more crucial pickup to secure the DPM advantage for the final stages of this game. And Goodnight Nomi with a decisive performance on Cliff. I don't think I've seen any team in 7v7 yet really winning both of those rounds really this decisively. I'm at loss for words as to how
Alien almost jumped off the. He's lucky he drove against the rock, but he almost jumped off the side of the hill there. But this was convincing, and they just think that CSA didn't understand how to play against the lineup that.
Then again, I mentioned it already. Basically, the problem is if you don't split up, then you give up map control. But if you split up, then your weak side gets collapsed. So maybe we have found ourselves the new Cliff meta that is going to be a whole lot of CSs every game.
I'm pretty sure there are ways to punish this initial aggression. I think a team that goes heavier and plays slower, because you can also punish the hill cross really hard for the Goodnight Nomi team, and since you can't climb anymore through the south, if one of the teams is able to take the hill for themselves in the beginning and punish the CSs driving up, then they can work from that point on, and then the Nomi lineup will struggle because it has nothing to really hold positions anymore.
All right, so that was a very quick match in between Goodnight Nomi and CSA. As you can see above me, CSA, I'm sorry to say, but not standing a chance at all. I'm sure that our analysts, Insane and Magic, will probably say the same thing here.
Yes, indeed. Thanks a lot, Ki and Daki, for that casting. As you said, as you mentioned, CSA, we know that sometimes they perform, sometimes they don't. That was probably a bad day, but on the top of it, really good performance from Goodnight Nomi, right?
Really convincing performance from Goodnight Nomi, especially on cliffs. Both cliffs were very decisively won by Goodnight Nomi, especially if you count into the fact that in the last game Ilian has DC'd. If he hadn't DC'd there, Goodnight Nomi just had all of the tanks in the fight, and CSA was having 2 tanks on the middle. You could see that pattern on Murovanka as well, with CSA not having all tanks in a shootout, in an early shootout, and GNXMI was ready for it.
So that was the third match of the day. It's CSA are going to be the third team that has to say goodbye to us because they're just out now. This is a single elimination bracket. We're going to be running shortly like replays of that match when they will be ready, and after that we'll have the final match of the day, the final quarterfinal between Invilolovnitsi and Prepalosh. I mean, again, a team that is a big favorite here, but we have seen what happened with Invilgo.
We have seen what happened with Invilgo. However, Invilholovnitsi is actually the winner of last tournament, and in the last tournament they always displayed a very good level of understanding of the game and a very good level of play. I think if they want to win this one, they should have no problem, no issues with displacing the team of Prepalosh. We will see how that match goes.
I mean, Prepalosh, that was a team that tried to qualify in some Wot7s and they were failing in the qualifier already. Now they actually made it to the playoff, but that's pretty unlucky. They're facing probably one of the strongest team we could have for those tournaments in 7v7. We saw it for Tropical, even without training. You always have a shot, but the experience on all of Nitsi is really huge.
You can have a shot, but if you remember, the Tropical players are all players that have achieved results in this format. I mean, most of them have gotten second place in the Wot7 number 2. And I think the Prepalosh guys do not have that level of experience. But I've heard that the replays are ready, so let's take a look into those.
Definitely. The first round on Murovanka, Goodnight Nomi on the attack, CSA on the defense. They were trying to make a tactic over the forest side, but Nescon completely out of the fight. Akran trying to join his team to help them, but that overmatch from Goodnight Nomi was just great to start with, right?
Yes, indeed. You can see on the minimap that there is one Superconk in G2, there is one Kranwagen in G7 that do not contribute into this fight at all, and Crazy War also goes down to the crossfire of the Superconk and the earlier pushed up tanks here, and then GNXMI just continues. They pick up Cosmo, and the rest of the team of CSA is forced to run from the 0 line, also being 3 tanks down and HP down.
I think it's worth to mention that CSA already played like this during the group stage, trying to just take the first control straight and have few tanks to actually help for the decaps of the base one. So probably Goodnight Nomi actually taking time to watch the replays and preparing a counterplay worked beautifully in their favor. It was the first one. It's always key to win those rounds for the team confidence, for the morale. So good job from the Polish team. And that opening from CSA, we have seen the team open like this already, right?
We have seen a team open like this indeed. I mean, not exactly like this, but very similarly. Sakalito, however, goes straight down for this opening. GNXMI just has the angles to work with to take him down, and later on they will also make a 2-tank push to bring down the other 277. Here, however, you can see the continuation of the game where Cosmo pushes towards this house and he goes down to crossfire angles as well. The huge issue of CSA here is the number of guns available in the game. Sigo also goes down here. They just can't get the kills on the Goodnight side.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I think that CSA, they're trying to be aggressive a bit everywhere, like that push on the 1 line when they were combining with the tanks, trying to get some kills over the K line. That was probably not the greatest calls from the side of the Czech team. And Goodnight Nomi, they were solid. You could see they had a huge tank advantage and HP advantage at the end, full control on their defense on Murovanka, and straight posted 2-0 on that match.
You can see as a pattern in every round of this match that GNXMI is the one that gets the opening kills here on Cliff. You can see the two CS is going straight for the hill, but they go down before the rest of the team could actually contribute. Ilian and Soko are making a good block there, causing the enemy CS to fall, as well as the other one that's in the middle, and from that point on, it's really hard for CSA to get back into the game.
I mean, that's very cool from Goodnight Nomi. That's very aggressive and very fast-paced tactic lineup. All do CS is the bad shot. And probably from CSA, not the greatest reactions regarding its splitting, giving the opportunity to Goodnight Nomi to just focus on like the top and pick up two CSs first, later on to repush the middle. But all of those guns are alive. They have all some crossfire angles, so it worked really well for the Polish team that was already on match point.
Goodnight Nomi with its faster setup in all of these Cliffs games were able to go for the isolated picks, not only in this one but also in the other one. They just single out the easier targets at first, and afterwards CSA is unable to get the kills, and Goodnight has the advantage, which is huge in the number of guns.
Yeah, they look pretty solid. Probably good communication. You could see also that split, one CS going right, left on the next round, focusing Sigo the rock straight to take one tank advantage. And CSA, again, not having really the answer. You could see even Helion had an issue here, probably disconnecting, and he couldn't play for his team up here. But Goodnight Nomi with the big pick on the CS at the start, managing to actually keep the advantage over that run and even win it.
Even with the disconnected Ilian here, Goodnight Nomi had good and fast reactions. The two CSs from the middle went straight towards the 1-2. They picked up the free kill on the rock. And even with Ilian disconnected, the crossfire that they created inside the 1-2, inside the donut there, held up great against CSA. CSA really didn't stand a chance in this one either.
Well, good stuff from the Polish team. Like Tropical, I guess we can say that they played well and they totally deserve to take that victory. They're going to be moving to the semifinals and they're going to be facing the winner of the match that is coming up next. It's between India Olofnitsi and Prepalosh, the last match of the day to finish that day one Magic. Do you have like a team that you think is going to perform much more?
I think Invil Holovnici are the clear favorites here, but as I've heard, our casters are ready, so Ki and Ducky, the game is yours.
Yeah, we are back for the last match of the day here, and as the analysts already said, it is going to be Invil Holubnitsi against Przepalos, and yeah, personally I have to say as well that I favor Holubnitsi, simply because in the last tournament they also got very, very far. And Przepalos didn't make it, and we see the community predictions here. Holubnitsi 85%, Przepalos 15%, but we already saw earlier today that the hive mind that is the community isn't always correct. Now, map pick and bans, Ducky.
Map pick and bans, Ihan. No Tundra, no Cliff. There's the CSA logo there, but we'll just go against it. No Tundra, no Cliff. Then Proco coming out, then Ghost down, Steps being removed into Himmel's tiebreaker, possibly on Cliff.
Alright, so that means a map we haven't seen so far, being the first map in between both of those teams. It's going to be Prokhorovka, and yeah, Prokhorovka, one of those maps where playing with the bushes is extremely important. The vision game, most of the time, and with this the information game, tends to win the battle for either of those teams. Also, although in the last tournaments we saw the defenders being super aggressive with some blind pushes and being successful with that. We just saw the caster predictions together with the analyst predictions. All of us rooting for the team of Invil Holubnitsi, which are attacking first, and doing so with triple ISM, double S-Conk, 1 CS and 1 T100.
Yeah, the lineups here, again, teams favoring the T100 Keyhand. We saw some great performances from T100s already. Silent on Moro, but Proco is a whole different ballgame. We usually see teams trying to juke it out here on Proco. You can see a lot of tanks going towards the middle. It kind of exposes base number 2 though. For the side of Prepalos, you can see SCRV on 1-2 line, with the CS pushing an IS-7, triple tank going to the middle, and the T100
Monster already spotted here in the one line.
Nice shot.
Oh yeah, Holy Talks with a very, very good connection. And as you can see, he didn't have a vertical stabilizer, so lucky to hit the shot. But yeah, now Golda in the IS-7. We are going to have to see how far he actually goes. And he's booking it. He's deciding not to go into the ditch. That is like EF2-3. Instead, he's collapsing onto Blast. And now we have the S-Kongs. That is a strategy that I believe we saw by some Polish team last tournament. But now the S-Kongs peeking from the middle. However, they're not really getting a whole lot done. Instead, Pomerantz now taking the second shot of damage. However, Golda is getting pushed very, very far into the 3 line, and now he even gets a spot onto the S-Kong. This might be huge.
This might be huge indeed, and now Yusek getting spotted out, already taking some damage here. He is kind of hold on though in the back, Ihan. It's not that easy to kill him, but he is taking damage, and this IS-7 from Golder actually, you know, it's a strong position. It's kind of something interesting on Proco that we don't see very often.
Yeah, and now Holy Talks, I believe, with the T100 was the one spotting out Yusek. Now Yusek obviously behind the ditch, so he can stay unspotted for the time being, but that T100 by Holy Talks here, he is gonna extend view range very, very far. As long as Monster doesn't get spotted in his T100 respectively, he's unable to commit in further without running the risk of dying immediately. But yeah, so far for Przepalos here, they are able to sort of make Invil Holovnici acknowledge that they cannot execute their attack strategy, really. They first of all have to take into consideration what the defending team is doing. However, Invil Holovnici with the CS, they have now taken the eastern part. Karolf now committing onto Golda together with Monster and Blast here. Golda down to a 2-shot. Holy Talks and Enrico not really able to save Golda from his ultimate demise, which would come soon here, I would imagine. And yeah, there we go. Blast picks him up. So good commit by Invil Holovnici, who are now up a gun and 2000 HP.
Yeah, they managed to take out that I-7 from position. Now Holy Talks and Enrico are going to be in the same struggle here. As you can see, Karolf and Blast just making those peaks. Mirek still covering in his STRV. But in return, Holovnici has taken so much map control here. And those triple tank there, the double S and I-7, completely stuck and out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Mirek in his SCRV is still able to farm damage here, but now as he picks up Monster, he gets spotted. And the thing is, he's gonna get shot at by IS-7s now, which normally should be overmatching him in the lower plate. So far, no shots connecting. Mirek doing a good job of not losing HP. Not sure how the shooting from Invil Holovnici is looking right now. And here we have a 2v1 going on, but Piotr, he cannot really get collapsed on. And he is trying to provide his brethren on the 3 line with some additional support. But yeah, Mirek now finally took some shots, is retreating, and ooh, he does go unspotted now, so he probably will stay alive for the time being.
He will stay alive, Kihan, but, you know, he's alive, but he's lost 3 of his teammates, while Holovnici has lost only Monster in the T100 and have complete control over the map, complete control over the game, and complete control over the pace as well that this game is going to go in. And now Yayash and the I-7, very healthy, but this health will not last him long, as Holovnici just knows that he can just close it out here.
Yeah, Mirek trying to do what he can in the STRV, putting in shot after shot after shot into Piotr. But yeah, Piotr goes down, Yaya's down to a 2-shot now, down to a 1-shot. Even the CS from the A6 position able to do 3 shots onto him, and that is another tank for Przepalos going out of the game. And now the 2-cap is wide open, and the violence, the speed, the momentum that Przepalos was trying to push onto Invil here just backfiring completely, as Enrico and Mirek are probably tasked now with making the game last as long as possible, as there is no doubt anymore as to the outcome of this round.
Yeah, there's not really any doubt how this game is going to play out. As now Mirek and Enrico are repushing 1-2 line, but I mean, Yusek there is still alive in the S-Kong. Don't know if he's going to be able to, if he's in some sort of small cooldown or not, but he's going to be able to do some damage. And Holovnici here, good reaction to an interesting start from Przepalos.
And I think they were sort of expecting more of a commitment after the I-7 went this aggressive here in the 3 line, and then they were like, well, doesn't seem like a whole lot more is coming. Why don't we just take the IS-7 out almost for free? And yeah, then after this, it all just fell apart for Przepalos. And to be honest, I think it could have even gone the way of Intel Holovnici more decisively if the IS-7s had hit their shots better onto the STRV.
Yeah, but, you know, they still had control over the game nonetheless, so they were able to take out Golder's position there, and then from then on it was kind of easy cruising for them, really. Catching a T100, then kind of catching the SCRV, but the main part there was surrounding those 3 tanks in the middle, right? Those 3 tanks, double S-Kunk and the IS-7, they were supposed to provide the cover onto Golder's position. Once they got pressured down, they were no longer able to do this.
Yeah, and Intel now able to convert their first round onto Prokhorovka, doing so quite convincingly. I guess we have the battle results available soon, and yeah, overall I think the favorite in this matchup, just showing what they're made of. And yeah, in come the battle results, and Mirek was trying to do what he could, but I would say at least 2 to 2.5k of the damage that he did.
This endgame damage
yeah, was sort of when...
Yeah, this 5k looks amazing, but you have to remember that this 5k, a lot of it was also when Holovnici was like, you know, the game is, the round is over, you know, Piotr started driving over in his IS-7 to try and peek Yayash. It's kind of like non-useful damage. Realistically, it did like 2.5k. When it actually mattered.
And I think from here on it doesn't get prettier for the side of Przepalos, because, well, they just fluffed their defense on Proko, and normally Proko defense is, yeah, I would say considered
hard
to be... I mean, you can say, yeah, I can see you sarcastically smiling. I see where this one is going. All right.
Proko defense is very hard, to successfully pull off, because of the changes of the hill, which obviously a while ago now. I think Proko defense is
so you would, if it was
harder.
a tiebreaker, would you pick defense?
No,
or?
I wouldn't pick defense, but I would prefer playing attack.
That sort of is...
You pick defense because, you know, when it's a tiebreaker, the pressure is really on, so it's easier to make a mistake on the attack, and time is working in your favor. But in general, I think Proko defense is extremely hard to pull off successfully, because there's so many angles that you need to cover. You need to cover 1-2 line, 3 line, 6 line, 0 line. It's really not that easy.
All right, we are gonna see if Intel Holovnici will actually be able to pull off their defense then, because yeah, as every time these sides are going to be switched, it is going to be Przepalos attacking now. And the thing is, Holovnici now looked so strong. Like they just looked at what Przepalos was doing, and then they were like, well, this doesn't really matter much to us, and then they struck back decisively, and that is exactly what you want to see, right? Some team deliberating what the enemy team is doing, and then just striking back, and then they just win the game off of it. In come the lineups though. Przepalos coming in with triple IS-7, 1 S-Conk, 1 CS, 1 Leo, and a T100. Intel Holovnici with quadruple S-Conk, double Batchat, and a T100.
Yeah, the triple S, the quadruple S-Conk and the T100, but from the Przepalos side, we have that Leo, and we already saw the Leo before on Morovanka as well. He's joined by the triple IS-7, the S-Conk, the CS, and a T100. I wonder if he's going to have a stronger performance than Neva.
I don't want to really trash talk Neva, but I think it will be pretty hard to have a worse performance. And no, I did trash talk him. Unlucky. Anyway, lineup by the defender. Intel Holovnici going towards the hill very, very aggressively, sending double S-Conk towards middle. One is staying in A6 to sort of cover, and very defensive opening, I would say, by Przepalos here, sending a lot of tanks towards the 1-2 line, probably yeah, lining up for a push there, and they're not going to be met with resistance, really, as we as casters obviously have the informational advantage. Also, the information that the Superconk that was in A6 previously now gets rotated over the A line back towards the A3 position, and the Hiddenville side, they have already taken the hill here.
Yeah, taking the hill is actually very important on this map in a way, especially the way that Holovnici wants to play it, because it eliminates one angle of crossfire, because if you have H0 you can crossfire the guys sitting at the rails. So that's no longer a possibility. But in return, you can see that Prepalos is using the double IS7 to push down 1-2. But look at Holovnitsi already rotating across the E line with their Eskongs to cover that Eskong can A3, and now they're trying to get those double bats back to A3 as well. And I think Prepalos is being beaten by speed here.
And yeah, the fact that Blast is getting spotted in his S-Conk in G7 and not really taking damage for it is all the information that Invil Holovnitsi need. Holy Tox is doing a good job of clearing here. The IS7's not spotted yet. Finally, Yuzek does see Golder, and this should spark some sort of reaction by Invil, because Yuzek, he is outnumbered here 3-1. Piotr, he will be there probably barely in time. There's another Batchat actually coming over, so it will be onto Piotr and Karol to basically make their shots count. Meanwhile, we see the engagement by Tsek and Souza onto Kurmelets, who has support by Enrico, but the Super Conk DPM should come in nicely. And now the engagement is happening on the two-line. Karol flanking, Piotr already clipping Golder down to a two-shot. Yuzek, he's probably gonna get the kill here as he does it. Now Yayas is sort of getting pummeled to death by the Batchats, who have still not finished clipping out. However, this repush in the middle is not going well for Invil Holovnitsi.
No, but they're winning on other parts of the map, Kihant. I mean, they even managed to kill the I7 in here. They did trade not that efficiently, but in return, they have killed the I7s. They're going to kill Pomerange here as well in his S-Conk, and that's going to be enough for Holovnitsi, Kihant. They won 2 parts of the map, while the boys from Prepalos only won 1, which was that middle engagement, and even that really took a while. So for Holovnitsi here, getting those bats back just in the nick of time was super important.
Yeah, and Piotr now coming off reload, spotting out Holy Tox. That is disaster after disaster, although you could say probably the round is already over here. Flawless shooting coming out from Piotr in his Batchat, even with heat sniping, doing 5-5-5 in his clip, so perfect stuff from him. Is going to get safe probably if he doesn't get rolled by the Leo. Actually, both of the tanks from Chepelos hitting their shots, but Invil Holovnitsi able to hold on. That Batchat rotation over the A-line, it was in time, and it was enough to keep off the push on the one line that Chepelos was doing.
Yeah, again, Holovnitsi here beating Prepalos by speed. Honestly, Kihan, if that push on 1-2 comes faster, then the bats are not back yet and they lose the S-Kong before the bats come in. But they're faster on everything, man. They're faster on the rotations, they're faster on the reactions. They're always anticipating what Prepalos could do and having the correct rotation based against it.
Yeah, now Invil Holovnitsi, I mean, they're up in guns, up in HP, up in positions, and they don't really need to do anything realistically. 3 minutes 40 still left on the clock, but yeah, I guess Prepalos, they are probably thinking as to... no, I don't really know. I guess they're giving time to deliberate what to do in the next battle, because they have already lost the defense, so damage done in attack doesn't even count anymore. And yeah. Invil obviously not taking any risks, so they're not gonna start blind pushing here into a Leo and a CS with some tanks. And what are your plans later today, Ducky?
Stream, I guess.
All right.
that was kind of a hard question, man. What do you think my plan was, huh?
I don't know.
Either go to the club or something.
Maybe rewatch the games. You know, take some notes yourself for when you maybe you know, want to play again. I don't know. But yeah, repush coming in now here by Chepelos, Mirek and Enrico, driving to their inevitable demise. Mirek now down to 1k, Enrico down to a one-shot. Karol taking a lot of damage, a bit out of position, but in the end, it won't even matter. Mirek, is he gonna get the pickup? Yes, he will. And, ooh, low roll by Yuzek. But yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. Finishing it off in style with a ram kill. And 2-0 Invil Holovnitsi.
I mean, so far Holovnitsi is showing their superiority in both reactions and tactics, I would say. They were on time for everything. The bats just got back on A2. The push on 1-2 was maybe a little slow for the side of Prepalos, allowing Holovnitsi to get back on A2. And yeah, this middle push wasn't really needed for the side of Holovnitsi, but you also have to remember that when they do that, so you have to count how many tanks of focus they took, right? So the Leo, the CS, and the heavies, well, outside of Pomeranz, who was fighting in the south, all got drawn to the middle engagement, right? So that left only the double I7 and the T100 to face off against an S-Conk and double bat, so they're going to lose that. If the tanks from Perpalos are able to shoot towards 1-2 line, it may be a different story, because they can focus out the bat shots. But now they were also focused on having to fight this double S-Conk from Holovenitze pushing in, that they couldn't help their north. And in return, with all this focus, they were able to overrun the south as well. So then you lose Pomeranz, you lose the north, and yeah, you won the middle, but what does the middle really gain you if you're still surrounded?
Yeah, I mean, the double S-Conk pushing in there, as you said, they just took all the fire from the tanks on the 1-2 that would have been able to, to help out in the engagement in the northwest corner. And so in the end, it maybe was a suicidal move, but a suicidal move that won the game by Tishek and Souza. And now we see the map pick and bans once again. Prokhorovka, Envil Holodnitsi's map pick going full in their favor. 2-0 in this best of 7, so 2 more rounds needed for the side of Envil Holodnitsi. Now we move on to Przepolos's Ghost Town pick, which, I mean, we've seen Ghost Town played already today. But really, one of the teams just looked better on it. I believe it was the first match of the day, Campingplatz against Pozdro, where Pozdro took the 2-0 on that map. But yeah, Przepolos picking it, maybe implying they have something planned for it. We will have to wait and see.
Will they have something planned though? Ghost Town is also a hard map though, Kian. We saw Postro have a good, have a good showing on it, for example, but they also knew all the steps, you know? Does Prepalos know all the steps? Probably, but the Holovenitze is a very experienced team. Will they be able to counteract those moves and maybe bring something surprising or shut down the standard that we saw from Postro? Because what Postro did was kind of standard on one end.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a step-by-step program.
When you pick a map, normally as a team you can have 2 motivations. Either you pick the map and you expect to be the better team and take it 2-0, or you think you're at a slight disadvantage regarding maybe player skill, callers or something, and you hope for a 1-1 of some sort, I guess. Here, once again, the casters' predictions, all in favor of Envil Holodnitsi. You actually going with a 4-3.
I saw the other predictions, so it's like I'll give Prepalos some credit. Like, it's giving them credit, but at the same time, it's still expecting Holovenitze to win.
Alright.
If it works out, it's great. If it doesn't, well, at least I was right about Holovenitze. But you look at their lineup, 1 IS4, 5 S-Kongs, a CS. We've seen this today already from Postro.
And Envil Holodnitsi's lineup is 1 IS4, quintuple S-Kong and 1 CS. That is, once again, one of those lineups where if the enemy is forced to push into you, we saw this already, 5 S-Kongs DPMing is just death of any enemy setup caught in the crossfire. That is a very straight commitment, though, by the side of Przepolos on towards the direction of the 2-cap, I guess. Golda now getting split off here to, I guess, give cross shots from the 7 line. We're gonna have to wait and see.
We will indeed have to wait and see if it actually goes down that way, but no S-Konk on A4 though for the side of Holovenitze, which we did see for Postro, if you remember. It's a CS over there, and a heavy stack in F4 actually, very heavy stack.
Then again, they don't really run any risk with the S-Kongs being all there together, because if they get pushed on, as I said, they have this crazy DPM to work with. However, they are giving up a lot of map control by having this many tanks just in one place. If you take a look at the minimap right now, you have the CS in A4, you have the Super Conk, one of them getting rotated back through the D line, I guess, towards the 1-line hills to cover. And Przepolos, they did commit in with a lot, or basically all of their heavy tanks into the city, and only now is 150B splitting up a bit north towards the 7 line, but he needs to be careful because he doesn't know if the A4 CS maybe is in A0 already or something and could camo snipe him or something along those lines. The CS by Przepolos right now I see as the playmaker.
I mean, yeah, but what can he really do though, Kihan? He would have to progress to G1 by himself, and you gotta imagine he doesn't know all of the positions from Holovenitze.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He's lacking crucial information.
He doesn't know. El no sabe, boys.
El no sabe. All right, finally the playmaker Golder getting a sent towards the one line. And we saw an IS-7 earlier today in sort of the same position. That eliminates the the safety of the position that the IS-4 is in, sort of. Then again, I think Piotr is moved up a bit at the hold down. So we'll have to wait and see. I don't think he's hittable for the CS currently. Then again, Holditox would need to peek to spot the IS-4, and then I guess Piotr would give a shot and back up probably. 2.5 minutes have now passed, and I guess Przepalos on their attack, they need to make something happen.
Yeah, they do need to make something happen. They have to actually make a push here. Nice shot from Zuza on towards Mirek, 371. Yusek gets one from behind as well. I think that's a CS, right?
I think that must be the CS, yes, because Blast is now also turning around. However, as soon as Tishek moves over here to deal with the CS, I don't think the CS stands any sort of chance. The S-Conk getting spotted now. We'll have to wait and see if Przepalos have any tanks that can punish him. That is not the case. Unfortunate timing here for the side of Przepalos. And that ignite that we're seeing going on right now is Tishek with the lucky fire.
It doesn't matter, Dokihan. Golder's alone.
Yeah.
Like, he's actually isolated completely, by the way. Also, I want to point out something, right? When we saw DJ go to that position, he didn't progress past GA1. Golder's in H1.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, the hold down S-Conk is just going to eat the CS alive, even without the fire. And now the CS in A4, he did spot the rotation by the double IS4, 1E5, and I believe he also saw the 50B. So that is all the information that Invil Holovnici could have ever hoped for. We can see the collapse now onto Mirek here in the top of the screen. We can see the hit squad by Przepalos now coming in onto Piotr and Yusek. That is only 2 Super Conks against 4 tanks. I think they have support by 1 Super Conk in the back, but I think Holovnici with the overmatch on the IS4 there. Mirek, they're going to take it here. We're going to have to wait and see. Maybe some lucky Amarek can change it here for the side of Przepalos, but they're trailing hard.
They're trailing more than hard yet at this point. I mean, Invil Holovnici is just taking overmatch after overmatch yet and yet again. And by Przepalos tries to take an overmatch, there's just a superior crossfire coming in from Holovnici, who are clean and decisive on their execution compared to a Przepalos that seems confused, taking positions of the map like H1 and then not doing anything with it. They were rotating and let Golder just die by himself. I mean, like, yeah, Holovnici is playing really well. They're playing together, they're taking the pushes, they're making decisive action, but Przepalos is really falling to pieces here.
Yeah, and it was sort of a weird timing on the rotation as well. Like, as soon as that CS starts firing from H1, then you know that information is going to get relayed in the other team and some sort of action will come. And indeed, we saw the Super Conk going over there, and because Przepalos was rotating their tanks on the complete other side, that just meant that the CS was just left alone for no reason. It seemed like some sort of weird timings from Przepalos, honestly.
Like I said, they seem disjointed in a way, where Invil Holovnici is just realizing the opportunities. The SCS went too far forward. Tisek goes to kill him. They push to north. We go to kill the IS4 that's holding the other angle. They're taking the overmatches, and the issue for Przepalos is they have no crossfires. Every time Holovnici takes an overmatch, they have no backup crossfire that could save them, so they're forced into a push that they may not want to do. And you could see that when those guys arrived in front of those IS4, in front of those S-Conks from Holovnici, those IS4s, 50B, E5, they were like, what do we do now? Do we push forward? Do we stop? What do we do? They seemed a little bit lost, like they were looking for a clear call on what to do, but even if there was one, it wouldn't have mattered, but it just comes to show that how much more decisive Holovnici actually is in their actions compared to this Przepalos team, which right now seems a little bit lost and a little bit confused and getting battered and bruised.
Yeah, and that CS, we saw it, it just did 1 shot of damage, and that's all that Invil Holovnici needed, basically 1 shot from the wrong position, and immediately the trap that they... I mean, it wasn't even a trap, it was just the Super Conk driving over there to scare off the pesky CS, and off of this, everything collapsed. It's...
But even if Golder did just stay, it wouldn't have mattered because his team was already rotating away from him. They just like left him.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like Golder, good luck.
yeah, I think after that one shot,
When
he
we
should have
saw
immediately
Postro-
run if he hears the call for the other tanks to rotate.
When we saw Postro do it, we saw them have crossfires from the buildings on the left. Like they were already wrapped further around the left, in front of those Escos, in position to shoot a possible pre-push on 1-2 line. Prepalos had none of this. First of all, they had a CS there where Postro had an IS-7. An IS-7 is just better for holding a position than a CS. And second of all, they had crossfire, because you saw Benzo, he took 1, 2, 3, died. Same thing would have happened to an Eskong, by the way, if he drove down. So big differences there is that Prepalos abandoned their CS and just gave up a tank for free. And yes, Golder was too far forward already, but it wouldn't have mattered, because Tisek was that literally W-keyed him at the moment that they spotted the
Rotation.
Rotation. He would just press W key and go kill the CS. It would be the same result. It would just take a little longer.
All right, now after 3 rounds, we are at a 3-0 scoreline for the Polish team of Inbil Holownicy. They came into this matchup favored, but so far in none of the rounds, Przepalos really looked like they had any sort of plan as to how to deal with the Inbil guys, and I would say the 3-0 scoreline is completely deserved here, and also 3-0 in the best of 7 means now all of the mistakes you made previously as Przepalos you cannot afford in the upcoming game, as if you lose one more round you're out of the tournament already. This is where Przepalos have gotten themselves into in, like, I don't think we've even have half an hour of this match yet. So this might as well be the last game of today.
It might very well be, Gihan, actually, that it comes down to this point now. We see these IS4s, very reminiscent of Postro. It's 5 of them, a 115 and an Eskong for Holownicy, and then Prepalos IS4s times 2, 4 Eskongs, and an STB actually.
I have to say, personally, I'm not a fan of the STB because...
No, me neither. First of all, I think it's overrated.
Yes, I think...
Second of all, I think it's overrated. Third of all, it really struggles spanning IS4s, by the way. First, you need to hit the IS4, then you need to hit where you're aiming with the STB, and then you need to pen it still.
Yes. All right, Inbil Holownicy now coming in here, sending all of their tanks down the G line, a bit more split up from Przepalos, and I guess the STB is sort of left as the sniper support. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan, but we'll see. Maybe it will perform admirably. Enrico playing it.
It will do better than a Leo at sniping.
No. But yeah, Inbil Holownicy, now the first tank's getting spotted. Nice shot by Mirek here onto Karol, putting him down to 2,490. And with all of those tanks getting spotted by Przepalos, actually by Inbil Holownicy, that is a lot of information gained for the defending side. And this is
Look at the speed though. Look at the speed at which Holownicy is executing their moves compared to Postro from before. You remember how Postro were doing the things, how they were very slow at taking positions because they had IS-3 over the K-line. Holownicy has none of this, by the way. They have already taken the inside control. They have already dodged really the STB that could shoot them from G1 if it came down to it. And now they actually have an opening onto the cap as well if they decide to take it. Because you see, once you take these positions, I mean, yeah, Mirek does a shot of damage, right? That's all very cool, and once he takes another one, and Mirek might do one more. But the issue comes forward, and now those triple IS4s are arriving into the cap. And yes, Prepalos has done really good damage. Like, they have done really, really good damage. But they have to push back into crossfires now. And yes, Holownicy is down 2k, which is more than I actually expected from this. But that 2k they're going to do back immediately when the push comes out from Prepalos.
Yeah, and you have to see both the 113 Zusa and the Eskong Yuzek, they are able to retaliate onto Yayas and Holy Tox. You can see Yayas there. Small peak, big damage onto him though. Enrico now with the flank onto the IS-4 of Tusek, who is down to a 2-shot. So the STB now in its element, able to DPM, able to even get the resets here. I would prefer for him to focus onto Tusek here, so that would be one gun out of the game for Inbil Holownicy, who are still down 2k damage here. But yeah, the triple IS IS-4 now also not really able to get a lot done. Enrico getting the first kill of the game, and so far so good for Przepalos actually.
It's actually working out because Piotr and Tisek actually pushed forward to try and pick up Mirek, but then Enrico came back into the fight together with Pomeranz from behind, and that's actually the big difference maker here from Przepalos, that Piotr and Tisek were not able to focus on the STB from behind, and Tisek got really caught in a bad place, man. Tisek really got caught in a bad place during his IS-4. If him and Piotr were actually be able to pick up Mirek, for example, then it could have worked. But now Tisek and Piotr were fighting off against Mirek and the other Eskog. The STB came from behind, the STB even got a reset, and I think that's where they lost the fight. To be honest, if you think about it, Tisek, Piotr's position there is very crucial for the hold on the side, and they weren't able to hold that.
All right.
I don't think that going for Mirek there was worth it.
Yeah, and I think in this game actually the STB worked out because it was able to flank, get into close quarters, and then the gun that is, tends to be a diva at times, that doesn't really matter anymore. If you shoot tanks at like 30, 40 meters, you're all but guaranteed to pen if you don't have like 4000 DPI or something. That should work out. And as we hop over to the battle results screen, we actually see a, I would say, very even damage distribution in the team of Przepalos, but the problem was that some tanks of Invil, they just got caught out and they couldn't do anything.
I mean, some of them were on the cap, right? So Blast and Monster for sure were on the cap, right? So that's one thing. So that they do low damage is kind of understandable. But then you can actually see that the next ones up there are the ones that I talked about. It's Tisek and Piotr, right? Those two.
Yeah, they are normally supposed to do
IS-4s.
the damage, the punishment onto the decaps.
Yeah, they tried to kill Mirek, and by the time they actually did it, first of all, Mirek did 3.5k. Second of all, by the time they did it, Pomeranz was already closing the distance, or he was laying down sniping cover the whole time on towards it. Either way, doesn't matter. But by the time Mirek even died, Enrico actually got into the fight with the STB from behind.
Yeah, and I said it before, once that STB actually gets to use its DPM on unsuspecting tanks, then that one thing that the STB does really good is just DPMing the enemies. And
I mean, if you're only shooting at enemies from behind, then it's completely fine.
yes. So I guess the pick working out, even though Daki and I both were critical of it. And this now means that instead of a 4-0 clean sweep, we see...
I don't think the STB did anything unique that another tank would not have done just as fine, by the way.
True.
Like-
But yeah, as I was saying, instead of a clean sweep 4-0, we do see signs of life now coming out from Przepalos, and we are even going to go towards another one of their map picks. We're hopping over to Himmelsdorf, but to be honest, I don't think Invil Holovnici minds too much.
No, yeah, I think they realized that they made some mistakes in this game. AKA, they tried to press when you're 2k down, you don't really want to press into the enemy and give them an opportunity. In this regard, they had to wait until Przepalos makes their move to reset the cap, and then do the damage. I think they wanted to do too much in this game. They took it fast, and I think they did it well in the beginning, but I think then they tried to overreach and thought that they could just kill Przepalos again, and then failed. But now, coming on to Himmelsdorf, I think they will just reset from Holovnici's side and pick it up, to be honest. Przepalos, the last round was good. They played it out well. They did the damage, but I still, it was the first sign of life in the whole game.
True. I mean, all the other rounds were just, decisive Holovnici victories. In the end, Przepalos here doing the first step towards something I believe commonly referred to as a remontada, but so far I have trouble believing. I'm not a believer yet. I'm just not. Now we are going to hop into round number 5 in between Hindel, Holovnici and Przepalos. It is going to be Holovnici defending and doing so with a tank that I believe all the Polish teams really like to play on this map. It's 5 IS-4s together with a 277 and the Batchet 25T. On the Przepalos side, we have 113, 150B, double IS-4, 1277 and also Kormelec in the Batchet.
Kremlech in the Batchan, and on the other hand, we have again. It's like the Polish teams are all IS-4 lovers, dude. It's great. 5 IS4s, 1 277, and 1 bad shot.
It's, I would say, as soon as they see enemy tanks close to them and they have a lot of IS4s close by, then they just pounce and immediately engage onto them. That's probably the plan. That being said, the plan of the attacking team, Sheplos, is fairly obvious, at least to those with all info available. Just book it down towards the western side and try to make something happen on the one cap. However, they all got spotted by Monster Yo in the bat chat that doesn't even take damage from the hill for leaving.
Yeah, he gets the spot there in the beginning. It's kind of common to play D5, because from D5 you can actually get that spot on the crossing initially until the IS4 takes it over, and then you just establish IS4 in the window. Oh, but what I do like here though, Kihan, is the rotation that's coming out on zero line. Do you see what I mean? It's a bat and a 277, and Kremlech right now, he doesn't know El No Sabe, an actual El No Sabe. He'll know in a second though.
Does he see them? He spots both of them, and now he's gonna be like, oh, did he actually miss it?
He missed. He missed.
Missed.
Monster just kills him now.
Yes.
Monster kills him in the one-on-one, or just does a decent amount of damage. Monster, this is a good play. I like it. You don't overextend here to get double tracked. You just wait for Yusek, man. Yusek comes in, he takes the remainder of the clip. Kremlin just like what 3 shots of damage, and now Prepalos is again in disarray. They are regrouping, but this is all spotted. Holovnitsa has all the info. It's all spotted, Kian. They're going back towards the 8 line, but you can see the crossfire angles that Holovnitsa is setting up already. I mean, Enrico here picking against Souza. He does make 2 shells, which is good stuff from Enrico, but 277's coming back already. The IS4s are all watching this crossing. And this is good stuff again for all of it. Look at Holy Talks, and it's not going to go any better for the tanks coming from behind.
Yeah, the IS-4 Zuza is still very, very healthy, cannot get pushed on because all of the IS-4s are just watching every single cross. And every cross Prepalos make, every step they take, Indel Holovnici are watching them. They're just punishing every little mistake that's being made. Oh, Yaya is just getting deleted down there in the 8 line, and I believe this is not even the beginning. This is like the middle of the end for Prepalos in the tournament, as Yusek, yes, he's sort of singled out, but he does get a shot into Holy Talks, making him a one-shot. Enrico cannot clip him because Yusek is still too healthy. And yeah, in the 8 line we have sort of a free-for-all going on, but now Monsteryo has arrived starting to clip onto Pomerantz. He's not going to make the mistake of re-peeking there when a gun is trained at him, and now Karol should pick off yeah, Pomerantz as he does. 4 tanks left for Prepalos, and I have to say Inhivil Holovnici looking hella strong in this last round here.
Yeah, absolutely. This whole match is dominating, having the angles, having the positions, having the reactions, and again here, catching Prepalos off guard. I mean, Kremlech did go to check zero line, but by the time he did, it was already too late. He should have, if he wants to counter Monster, he needs to spot him when he comes around the corner, basically. So he has time to drive away, and then, you know, even if he didn't miss the shot, it wouldn't make a difference. He can't really run, and even if he does run at that point, when the hill gets established for Holovnici, and Holovnici has all the spots and all the angles, that pushes Prepalos again to do some suicidal move. 8 line, 1-2 line, it doesn't really matter where, because wherever they go, they're going to be spotted.
And yeah, I guess it started off with this engagement on the hill here with the Bechet Kormelets. Oh, he did actually do more than 3 shots, as you can see here, 5-5-4. But yeah, the problem is him missing the first shot is basically the go sign for Monster, because then he knows that the enemy cannot one-clip him anymore. And yeah, overall it was just the Prepalos rotations getting spotted out. Zuza in the IS-4 made the perfect play at the perfect timing, taking 2 50B shots but getting a very strong proxy spot position for it. And then you have all the IS-4s just being able to farm the 8 line push. And yeah, Indel Holovnici, I guess it was a nice drive to victory with 1 small road bump in game number 2 of Ghost Town, but in the end a very, very strong showing by the Polish team.
Yeah, very strong showing, solid win as well. Quick, decisive, having the right reactions at the right time to deal with everything. I'd say the last round here, they had all the info to work with. They saw basically everything. They knew that they could go back on zero line, and then Prepalos again. You got to do something when you lose the bat. but they have no opportunity to actually overmatch anything. And wherever they went, they were going to be spotted either way. So.
All right, so with that scoreline of 4-1, Inhibil Holovnice is actually going to be the last semi-finalist to make it today. And I guess this leaves our analysts to not only tell us what happened in that last match we saw, but also do a little recap as to what we can expect tomorrow. See you then.
Yes, thanks a lot, Daki and Keyhand, about that casting for that day. We will see you again tomorrow for the semi-finals, and the finals that we can repeat will be BO9s. Anyway, about that match, in Olovnici, as expected, Magic just completely dominating.
They displayed a much higher level of tactical understanding, and they made the good moves. They made the correct moves against Prepalosh. Prepalosh's tactics being a little bit slippery at times. That the Ghost Town defense was nice though.
Yeah, that was a solid defense, and more likely, I would say that was like probably one of the only mistake that Invil Olovnici made in the attack with that commitment of 2 IS first to take down Mirek. But I mean, the teams are not really preparing much for those tournaments, so you gotta expect them to make few mistakes like this. Still a very solid show today from them. We will see them tomorrow again. We can then probably take a look at the structure with the 4 teams left we'll have tomorrow for the semi-finals. It's going to be starting with Pozdro, the Polish team that is going to be facing, as you can see, Tropical. I'd say the big surprise of the day, right?
Tropical is definitely the biggest surprise of the day, and if they didn't surprise us by beating Invil Go, we would see 4 Polish teams actually in the semifinals. We could still see Polish teams finishing top 3, right? But the international team of Tropical upsetting them. We will see what happens tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, Polish domination, as you can see, only Tropical being the international team making it to the semifinals. Good night, Nomi and Invil Olovnici tomorrow. We can now probably take a look at the replays from that last match we had between Invil Olovnici and Prepalosh. The first round was that Prohorovka attack from Prepalosh, from Olovnici. Interesting defense with this I7 committing in the tree line, but Olovnici just finishing it straight, right?
I mean, this IS-7 cannot get covered if Piotr takes the E6, E7 position to crossfire the super conks in the middle that are supposed to crossfire it. And if the IS-7 falls, after all, József gets into a super strong position on H1, and the CS and T100 on the 1-2 line from Preparos are just in trouble. And here we can just see the continuation of this game. Yayas being a bit left alone. Invil goes over the rails, single out the tank that is able to be singled out, and at that point, Prepalosh is just stuck on the 1-2 with 2 tanks. There is no way for them to get back into the game.
Yeah, that's correct. And then in Olovnici, they just have to pressure the cap on the base too, and no possible answers from the side of Prepalosh. They tried to make something unusual with that push of the I7 over the tree line, but Olovnici had the answer. Then next up, they were on the attack, and they tried something aggressive. They tried to pressure straight the 2 line, but again, Olovnici with the reactions, rotation on the A2, double S-Kong taking the overmatch on Kremlich, and also the S-Kong and the Timuna from Monster just taking the overmatch on the S-Kong around the rail side. So Invil Olovnici trading even on the 2 line and actually having an overmatch on 2 other important spots.
Well, let's not forget the reason why Invil Olovnici was able to do this. Monster and the 2 batchets on the hill made an info play in the beginning of the game, and such they knew that Prepalosh wasn't coming from that side, and if they are not coming from that side, they can only come on the 1-2, which is why they rotated back with the double batchet and covered off the Prepalosh push on A2. And Prepalosh took too much time for it to work. Invil just singled out the tanks, and Prepalosh getting stuck in 1-2 yet again without a chance to come back into the game.
Yeah, even if it was looking kind of close on HP, the positions were for Invil Olovnici just much better. And then you had that desperate push at the end, but Jutek hold on with his S-Kong and just taking them down. 2-0 lead from the side of the Polish team, convincing start on Prohorovka. They had a hard time in the group stage against the German team from Campingplatz, but that was pretty good there.
This defense of Invil Olovnici on Ghost Town, I mean, the CS of Prepalosh that was sent there up on the 1 line, Roder getting set on fire and then absolutely dominated by Tisek here. He does not stand a chance there to play hull down against the Super Conqueror with the CS, and on the rest of the map as well, Invil Holovnici just taking the overmatch against the S-Conk of Holy Tox and the IS-4 of Mirak with 3 tanks, while in the meanwhile forcing the rest of the Prepalosh tanks to push into a crossfire. That always works well for Invil Holovnici.
And that was very questionable from the side of Goller to commit that much without any cover. And then they forced his team to actually make that push, but even Olonitsi, as you mentioned, they had this CS on A4 to early spot that push coming, so they could take the other match on the other side of the map. In return, Yutsek and Piotr, they held their lines pretty strong with the cover of another S-Conk and Invil. Well, we just need to look the amount of tanks, look the HP, complete domination, just playing around the spots they get, and also on that free kill they got on Golder.
I mean, the free kill and the fire on Golder definitely helped, obviously, but even if the Super Kong from Holovnici didn't set that guy on fire, they still would have won this round easily. They would have lost maybe a bit more tanks or maybe a bit more HP, but it didn't matter. Here we can see Holovnici's attack though.
Yeah, I mean, we were expecting Evil to probably go for a clean sweep because they were looking super strong, but that's actually one of the only mistakes they did during that match. I mean, they take some damage to reach the cap. It's understandable, good setup for Prepalosh, but you expect them to get those HPs back when actually Prepalosh is going to make a move to get some decaps. But in return, that's not what happened, because Piotr and Tisek went aggressive on Mirek to try to take him down, and Enrico. I mean, that can said the STB is questionable, but isn't the STB amazing when you can just freely DPM all of those tanks? Yes, it is. Enrico having a great time here, and actually Prepalosh convincing win on their defense.
Indeed, the STB was great coming back late on the flank. You cannot focus the tank because it was full HP, even though it doesn't have armor. The STB just was very useful in this round for the side of Prepalosh, dishing out the pain in the side of the Invil tanks. Here we can see, however, Invil's defense on Himmelsdorf. This was very decisive.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that IS4 going to the D4, D5 window. That's a tank that can be taken down if you have heal control and G-line control, so maybe Prepalosh could expect them to go for that heal. Fremlech was just late to get that info on the zero line, and he's gonna go down. Good stuff from Monster here, waiting for Yusek to take the shot to actually give some spread of HP with the 277, and then again Prepalosh out-rotated. They were forced to try to make a play, but losing a tank for free, a bit of a flashback from that Ghost on round, and Hinville Olonitsi, they had all the angles, punishing every movement from Prepalosh and just dominating completely in the rotation from that round.
The D4 window is the key here because he's the guy that is spotting first the rotation towards the 1-2 line from the side of Prepalosh, for which Invil knows that they can push the hill because the Batchat on it is alive, and then later on the rotation backwards, for which he allows the rest of his team to go safe and basically win the round off of that position here.
Yeah, well, good stuff from the Polish team, the winners of the last tournament, showing up strong to finish on Himmelsdorf. That was a really good round and a good match for them to just start and get confidence for that whole tournament. We will see them back tomorrow. A small reminder, we'll have double semifinals and big finals, all being BO9s. The first one is going to be Pozor Podsvice against Tropical. That was the big surprise, and we hope they will surprise us again tomorrow. And the second one will be a Polish clash between Goodnight Nomi and Invil Olonitsi. That being said, tomorrow we are going to be tuning in the set at the same time, Magic, 4 p.m. CET. So we would be happy to have you with us because we're going to have really insane matches there.
Indeed, we hopefully will. Let's see if the Polish teams prevail, or let's see if the international team of Tropical upsets the Poles. With that, I think that's the end of the stream for today, right?
Yeah, that being said, we wish you a lovely night, and we hope that we can catch you tomorrow.
Goodbye.